Call the meeting to order. We'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to
To the flag
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
liberty,
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
All right. Now everybody's had a chance to see the latest and newest agenda, approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I would move to approve the agenda.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? If not, we'll proceed to roll call.
District 1,
Yeah.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes,
and 5.
Yep.
Passes.
Okay, we'll proceed to public comment. I can't see the whole screen. Is there anybody on or for public comment?
You've got Mr. Yider appears to be the lone public member at the moment.
Okay. Would he like to have a go ahead.
I would make a comment on the Wildcat Landing lotto. I had heard that there might be some discussion of it today, and there was a couple of points that I found in research that I thought would be important for the board and the committee to know before we do that. If this is the proper time, I would launch into it. Shouldn't take more than a couple minutes.
That's fine, but I don't see it on our agenda to do anything about the lottery or anything with Wildcat. Am I wrong on that assessment?
No, nothing on the agenda for today.
It's not. I don't know if it's not.
Jeff, I spoke with Dennis briefly this morning, and my thought is that we're scheduling another Wildcat meeting here in the very near future, and we would then launch into a full discussion. He had some valid points, I think, and
That's fine. That's fine. If he wanted to go ahead with his public comment, you can go ahead, Dennis.
Okay, I just didn't want to interrupt. I had heard it was maybe discussion. As I look back through the Ordinance 9, that was farthest back I can see is 2008. And that was during the time when you were negotiating with the Corps to extend our seasonal sites and whatnot. And they were very insistent on having a plan that would build into it a lotto system, which you did that same year, 2008. And as I read through that, it was very clear that it was to be done beginning in 2010, and it was to be repeated every 4 years after that, which is what has happened. It's been revised 4 times, and each time that it was revised, they still included that same 4-year plan. So it was 2010 for the 2011 season, 2014 for the 2015 season, and 2018 was apparently waived, according to Ken Peterson's acknowledgement on the meeting last week. That was waived. So the next 4-year lotto that's required by the ordinance and the Appendix C is 2022, not 2020. The county has reserved the right to have a lotto anytime that they deem it necessary. And that makes sense because things can happen, and there's big changes. You want to be able to address them quickly. The main reasons that the Corps of Engineers was saying was first that things were built, constructed, even gazebos and whatnot, and obviously that's not the intent of any public campground. So that made sense. But we have a Article 11 in the Appendix C, which addresses that straight out. So that isn't something that a lotto is going to solve. It's already solved by the ordinance itself. The other thing was for public access, to make sure that everybody has access to those seasonal sites. Well, when we first started doing this, we had 18 sites. and we did the first 2 lotteries, we had 18 sites. And even with only 18 sites, they did not have all of the sites taken in the lottery. So it wasn't an overwhelming need to serve the public at that time, because they could have walked up and got a site pretty much any time, any year. And many of them did after the lotto. Well, we added an additional 7 sites, you added, in 2016 that ran along the road there. That gave us a significant increase from 18 to 25. And this year we added another 10 sites. So now we're up to 35, almost double what we had, some years ago. And we couldn't fill up the sites in a lotto even then. What that means is that people who wanted to get a site could get it. If that's the main other issue and argument, that we have to have a lotto and we have to have it now, which is out of the 4-year cycle, I don't believe it's valid, because pretty much anybody who's asked for a site, at least in recent years, has found a place to be. So I just wanted that 4-year cycle. I mean, the Corps is somebody who follows rules and regs and ordinances and whatnot pretty well. And I agree with them. And if they're unwilling to waive the next one that comes up on the 4-year cycle in 2022, or unwilling to, that's fine. But this is not the time in the schedule that they have agreed to for a lotto to have or not have a lotto based on what they want. They agreed to a 4-year schedule. Let's stick with the rules and the ordinance. It's a 4-year schedule. If the board, or actually says the committee, not the board, wants to vote to have one for the languages need to do so. I'd first like to know, what is the need? The need is not to satisfy the Corps anymore. It's the need that the committee needs to, or should at least, not need to, come up and explain it to us, so that we're not still sitting here wondering, why are we doing this? We're going to disturb the entire grounds for the sake of a few that might want to get a different site. But I believe there's enough sites for everybody who will apply. And that's the last thing I would say. If we're going to have a lotto, and we are go forward with it, there's 35 sites available. If there's 35 or less people that apply, I suggest we give those extra people choice of what's there and open, and let the rest of the people go along with their life. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Well, you made some valid points, and I'm sure the Parks Committee will take that under advisement.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? If not, we'll
We need,
first of all, there's some background noise. I don't know
I think it's Allison, maybe. Allison needs to be muted.
Okay, I can do that.
I
Done.
don't, and thanks for that advice. I will.
That wasn't her.
No, yeah.
Okay, appears to have stopped. Yeah, we need to just backtrack quickly and minutes approval.
Oh,
And, if you want to, maybe do all 3 at one shot. Just a suggestion for
well, let's,
Time.
everybody's had a chance to review the minutes from June 23rd. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. There was one small typo in the June 23rd board meeting action. Wesley, it was put in as we, just a typo, but I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, is there a, we'll proceed to a roll call vote?
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes,
5.
Yep.
Now we'll do
Passes.
the June 3rd special session minutes. Everybody's had a chance to look at those. Is there a motion to approve those?
So moved.
second,
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
yes,
District 5, Approved.
July 7th work group session. Everybody had a chance to look at those. Is there a motion to approve those?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll proceed with the COVID-19 update from Public Health, and I assume that'll be Heather?
Yes. So
Okay.
it'll be a little brief today, so I hope that's okay.
That's fine. What do you have?
We still sit at 32 cases. So where I had emailed you guys over the weekend. If that's how you want to continue to get that communication, just let me know if you'd like communication a different way. I'm always open to changing that, but we do try to let you guys know before it kind of goes out and about. We're still working on some testing capacity issues with our partners across the river, but being, I think, the influx of cases in our neighboring county across the river has kind of slowed a little bit for them. Hopefully the healthcare systems are able to absorb that a little bit better than what they were. They were pretty maxed out, and some different lab things that that were impacting that. And then just a couple of other things. Last week we had a Zoom with our businesses. I know a couple of the commissioners were on. If there were any comments on that, I felt like we worked with EDA and Allison. I think businesses seem to appreciate the information. I know a handful of them have reached out, had reached out prior to that and then following that. So hopefully that trend can continue with them. I don't know, Eric, you were on that. Greg, if you had any comments or thoughts on that.
I thought it was a very informative meeting. I think it was appreciated by the businesses that were in attendance, and I think you guys did a great job with Allison and Audrey and yourself. I think it was a good meeting, and maybe as we move forward, we could probably have another one if there's some changes that need to be done or something like that. So no, it was great. I thought it was good.
Okay, good.
Well done.
All right, thank you. Yeah, tonight we have a daycare Zoom with our daycare providers. We're getting a lot of questions. They're getting a lot of questions, so hopefully we can provide them with some guidance. So that's tonight. I don't know how many we have registered, but went out to all of them. And we also had a school Zoom last week. The Caledonia School District has asked us to be a part of just their planning committee. Jeff was on that as well. That was last Thursday, I think. My days are kind of running together, but everyone's just trying to take the information that seems to be changing rapidly and make the best decisions that they can. So we're just trying to offer some support in that area with the knowledge that we have to help inform their decision as they try to really, make a decision that's going to impact every student and from A to Z. So that's kind of where that's at. And then we're also reaching out to the each district to find out if their sports teams or coaches want to Zoom with us to find out some information about structuring practices and just ways to what it means if someone is ill or exposed, that sort of thing, because it can be pretty overwhelming information for people when it is their full-time job. So when it's not their full-time job, it's a lot of information to take in. So we're just trying to be a resource and support. That's kind of it for me. It's just plugging away and following up with cases and trying to, get information out to them and continue to get information out to our community and business and school partners to help them move forward. Are there any questions or if I can't answer them online here, I'll certainly look into anything. Yeah, Jack?
Just curious, Heather, the cases we have, you're tracing?
Yes.
And who exactly is doing the tracing?
Audrey Stegemeyer.
By herself or?
Yep, as much as she can. So we've elected not to do it on weekends because obviously that's just someone can't work 7 days a week forever. So MDH provides some support in that area. But as much as we can, we try to do that case investigation and contact tracing here locally. It's really quite beneficial because the vast majority of cases are tested across the river. So when it comes, and they're mobile, they don't just get it and it stays in Houston County. We don't necessarily know where they're picking it up. It's community spread, so it's everywhere. But if they are traveling across the river for employment and there's notification that needs to be made there, we just feel it's best done here right now while we can handle the capacity, because there's a lot of nuances. And if we have to hand a case over to La Crosse County, we can call them directly and hand that over to them for their tracing. Because if it is a La Crosse County resident, then we don't perform that role. We hand that over to them. Sometimes college students might have a permanent address or a mailing address with mom and dad in Houston County, but their physical address, their license is actually Wisconsin. So they're legally a Wisconsin resident. So then we pass that back over to them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just got one question.
Go ahead, Greg.
Did St. John's School or St. Mary's Schools reach out to you at all?
Both schools were on the school Zoom last Thursday. And, I don't want to say no, they didn't reach out to me, but I know that Audrey has been in contact with the school. So I would have to, confirm with her, Greg, but I would be very surprised if they haven't. I know she's been in contact with them.
Thank you.
Yep.
And you're right. They were both on that call with the Caledonia School District and part of the conversation. Yep.
Well, Heather, you guys got your hands full, so just keep plugging away, and we appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Everybody had a chance to look at it? Any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? I guess I have one question on the change of hourly wage for Nikki. Is she being moved from 67 to permanent, or, what's the change of the class?
Go ahead, Tess. Yep. So
The nature of the work she is doing has, she has taken on a more prominent role with regards to assisting the license center. So it's not just stand at the door, hand out masks, and run people upstairs for their appointments. So we're paying her in the role that she's taken on as a tech clerk 1.
Okay.
And she's actually doing, handing out forms, answering some of the lower level questions, trying to do a lot of the work, do work that takes some of the pressure off of Dar upstairs, since we only have one licensed clerk upstairs right now. When she was initially hired, we had 2 licensed clerks up there, and now we have 1. So it's for that reason.
So then she's not a 67-day anymore then?
She is. She's just being paid at a different pay rate.
Okay, all right.
Her being a 57-day, she's also hired because of the COVID, so there's a potential to get
Right.
worse to recover her wage cost.
Yes, she is still doing the greeting all the people, reminding them what the rules are as they come in, making sure, looking at the calendars to make sure everybody's here with a proper appointment. So yes, she's doing that, making sure folks have masks on prior to, really entering.
Can I just add one thing? This is Donna. And yeah, she's doing all the scheduling for the license center. Taking all the phone calls for the license center while she's here. So she's doing a whole bunch of things over and beyond probably what she normally was going to do at sitting at the door. So she's doing a fabulous job.
Absolutely. I neglected to say, thank you, Donna. Yes, the phones go for license center go down to that counter. And so she is handling all of that. And answering quite a few questions, right, Donna? I mean, she's answering a lot of license center questions.
Yes, she's making it a lot easier for Dar. She's doing a lot of the screening and prep work that before they come up to her office. So she's doing a great job. Yeah, saving a lot of time for Dar.
Yeah, anything we can do to help Dar, because she's alone there. So it's a good thing. So.
So when are we going to be back to our 2 people, or we don't have a date yet?
We don't have a date yet, Commissioner.
Okay. Any more discussion?
All right, District 1,
Yes.
District 2. I got a lot of static. I think that was an affirmative.
Yes. Yes.
All right. District 3
Yes.
and District 4.
Yes.
District 5.
Yep.
Motion passes. Admit. All right.
Section 2. So.
Sorry, Eric, your sound is coming through broken. Fading in and out. Does everybody else hear him okay, or is it just me?
No, I can't hear him.
It's breaking in and out. All right. How about one more time? Give it a try here. Yeah, it's still fading in and out.
So should I call in, I suppose, or?
Yeah, if you want, try switching off your video and see if that's just enough signal to. Down by the mute button, hit the stop video. Okay. Now is the sound coming through for you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that didn't fix it. I'm sorry, you're still kind of coming in and out.
Maybe log out and come back.
Yeah.
All right. Try a refresher.
While he's doing that, I think the only one we're missing for our 10 o'clock appointment is Sam.
Hello.
That's better.
That
Really?
worked.
Okay. Oh boy. I'm ready to throw this out the window pretty soon here.
Well, let's get done with the meeting first.
Yeah. All right. Let's get Sam in here, and it'll take just a few minutes to get through the formalities of this. All right, so next item on the agenda there is we'll need a motion to do it. If we get a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D S1 S5 for attorney-client privilege related to the Mount Prairie Township versus Houston County et al.
So moved.
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and District 5.
Yep.
All right, approved at 9:57. And so just on the technicality side, everybody else, I am going to move you to the waiting room for the closed session, and then we'll let you all back in when we're done. So give me a second to click through and put everybody in the waiting room. Give everybody a second to rejoin. All right. With that, in summary, at 10:20, we had a motion from Commissioner Myrie and seconded by Commissioner Miller. Unanimously approved to return to open session after attorney-client privilege discussion related to the Mount Prairie Township versus Houston County et al. So with that, back over to you, Chair, and on to the action items.
Okay, we'll proceed with action items. Action number one, Brian, are you going to present this on accepting the low bid offer for SAP 028599095 for bridge replacement in Gates Coulee Road in Money Creek Township?
Yep. So this is a small bridge replacement project up in Money Creek Township. We bid this out here a couple weeks ago. We had 6 bidders. The low bid had a bid amount of $278,022.00. Our engineer's estimate was $315,409. So it came in at 11.85% below our estimate. Like I said, there's 6 bidders on the job, very competitive. So my recommendation is to approve Van Gundy Excavating for the contracted amount, the bid amount.
I make that a motion to approve Van Gundy Excavating for that bridge replacement project.
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yep.
Passed. Thank you.
Okay. And then,
Go ahead.
I was going to say the next one is approve project SAP 028-599-078. This is the final for that project to close this project out. The work was done last December into, I think, the first week in January when they finished it up. I've been waiting for vegetation to get established out there. The contracted amount is the total work certified. They both match exactly at $84,180. This is a road that ultimately the bridge was removed, the roadway was taken out, and then the township's going to, I believe, vacate the land. So it's going to ultimately revert back to the underlying landowners.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this resolution?
I motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yep.
All approved.
Next project is to final out project SAP 028-599-096. This bridge replacement project on Dot Seth Road in Caledonia Township. Minimal Construction did the work for us. It's actually a double line of boxes out there. The original contract, $199,977.75. Work certified was $209,005.25. So they overran the project by just over $9,000, and that was due to putting a little bit of extra rock on the surface of the roadway this spring after some settlement that took place, and extra riprap that's down in that area where the 2 main overruns. There was additional erosion control blanket as well. So overall, the job turned out well. I'd like to close this out as well.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
I'll second the motion. One question from discussion. Brian, you approved all the changes that caused increase, right?
Yes.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call vote.
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yep.
All approved.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is approving another resolution related to funding on project SP 028-606-024. This is the paving project that's going on up by La Crescent right now. The asphalt's actually all been laid already. Because of everything that's going on with funding swap to advance federal funding, advanced state aid funding to pay for federal funding that we won't receive until next year. There's various resolutions being required by the state. So I believe this is going to be the final resolution that's needed to make all these funding swaps happen.
Is that got to do with the bike trail or no?
No, this is because the project is funded with fiscal year 2021 federal 2020, so we're building it 1 year earlier than when the funding is becoming available on the federal side. Because of that, we don't have that money yet. Our state aid account is running on the low end, so we might need to advance a little bit of our state aid money from 2021 forward into 2020 to help pay for it this year instead of next year. So there's just some different funding swaps. There's no costs of doing any of these funding swaps. There's no interest. There's no penalty of advancing money. But it's just a process with a bunch of additional approvals and resolutions needed.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Bob?
One question. Brian, is there any danger as far as the feds budgetarily saying we don't have the money and they withdraw it?
That is a risk. I used to sit on the Southeast Minnesota ATP where you talk about it. And what usually happens at the state side is if that money is not available in 2020, they keep that project in there and you get 2022 funding to go toward it. So that project would ultimately become whole at some point. If that funding won't become available on the federal side, what would happen is then it goes into our state aid funds. So it doesn't end up being a local cost that ends up using our state aid costs instead of a Houston County taxpayer dollars. I think that's very low risk with what's in there. Ultimately, like I said, what usually happens is you just you get the money a little bit later, you start pushing other projects back.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
and District 5.
Yep.
Motion passes.
Brian, when are they hoping to do the markings on that road? County.
So what I was hearing is that they're going to do the seal coating on that surface to really seal up that surface to keep the water out and keep things from cracking up quite as quick. They were hoping to do that this week, assuming that the weather cooperates, and then the marking should be down within a couple weeks.
Okay.
So need to give it a little bit of time, but they should be done and out of there hopefully right around the end of the month.
Okay. Thank you.
Number 5.
Yeah, so number 5, the last item on the agenda is to recommend approval of the quote from Subsurface Inc. to do some culvert lining. So on our shallower culverts, we like to go out there, we dig them up, we replace them. That's the most cost-effective way. You hope to minimize settlement when you do that work. On deeper culverts, it's more cost-effective to hire a company to come in and line the culvert. So both of these culverts are, I would say, roughly 25 feet deep. The outlet of one of them is quite a bit deeper than that. So it's more cost effective to hire someone to come in at a cost averaging, under $25,000 a culvert to do that, rather than take out all that material, put the culvert in, backfill, end up having some future settlement potential there. You're ripping up pavement, putting asphalt patches down. So we've had Subsurface Inc. come and done this type of work for us in the past. They've been doing 1 to 2 culverts a year is what it usually ends up being. In this case, one of these are on County 6. That's fairly deep. The other one's on County 8. The County 8 project is one where there's also some separation of the pipe, and there's been some settlement over that. We hope to pave that area next year. So this will keep that area from settling and get that pipe firmed up before we put new asphalt over it. So, with the cost in the proposal, the bid was for the quotes for $52,000. We are going to do the traffic control, so that would take $5,000 off that. So what I'm requesting for approval on is $47,000.
Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, go ahead, Greg.
Are you doing one culvert or two culverts?
Two culverts, one on County 6 and one on County 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yep.
Okay, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks,
That's right.
Brian.
Talked about Wildcat.
Okay, we'll move on to Aaron for a conditional use permit for Shannon Frichter, Winnebago Township.
I'm going to step away for just a second. I'll let Aaron go.
We're going to have a committee meeting first.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have a recommendation from the Planning Commission for a conditional use permit for a cabin in an ag district for Shannon Frichter. Recommendation is to approve the application with one condition, the condition being that the permittee shall comply with all federal, state, and local laws and regulations. This is an application for a cabin on a 70-acre parcel in Winnebago Township. It's on top of a ridge. There's no water issues. Slopes are acceptable. Access is acceptable. The applicant indicates that he intends to use the cabin for recreational purposes, intends to have solar power on the cabin, intends to have a loft within the cabin, and intends to have a front porch on the cabin. We've all got board packets for me. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on those.
Anybody have any questions?
No.
Is there a motion to approve the CUP?
So move.
Is there a second? Any more discussion? Okay, if not, we'll proceed with roll call. I see Jeff is gone, but I'll do the roll call. District 1?
Yes.
District 2? Yes. District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yep.
CUP approved. Next one, Aaron.
The second item for your consideration today is a decision on a wetland application. The application proposes to install drain tile in agricultural fields. The technical evaluation panel met virtually on this. We distributed historic aerial photographs. From those photographs, it was concluded that the fields have historically been in production, and therefore the applicant qualified for a exemption. That exemption is under Minnesota Rule 8420.0420 subpart 2A. The TEP created findings. They found that from their review of aerial images from 1981 to 1990, that the area was planted with annual seeded crops. There wasn't a crop rotation seeding of pasture grass or legumes in 6 of the last 10 years prior to 1991, and that the applicant qualifies for the exemption that I've already cited. Happy to answer any questions on this application as well.
So this is an exemption because this field wasn't previously tiled?
It was not previously tiled. There are wetlands in the area. However, this exemption exempts this applicant from the wetland rules in these previously farmed areas.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, I make a motion to accept the CUP. I guess I didn't hear any conditions.
Yep, and this is not a CUP. This is
Oh, I'm sorry, just a wetlands.
wetland application, and I don't think I mentioned the applicant. So it's Grace Nelson Tiling Project, and it is in just south of the hamlet of Sheldon on two parcels, parcel 03007 1003 and 03006 7003.
Yep. I stand corrected. Is there a second? Any more discussion? If not, we proceed.
Sorry, bouncing in and out a little bit. Roll call vote. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5.
Yep.
Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, number 8, consider approval of resolution for the Election Cares Act grant application. Donna, do you want to present this or?
Yeah. Okay, good morning, commissioners. I just have this resolution. We just were notified last week about some additional CARES Act funds that are coming through from the Secretary of State's office. And so the Secretary of State is currently soliciting grant applications from counties for grants pursuant to the laws 2020, Chapter 77, Section 4 in the Federal CARES Act. The grants will be provided to each county pursuant to a formula set forth in Section H of the grant application provided by the Office of the Secretary of State. So basically what this resolution is asking for is to allow the Chief Elections Officer of the county to hereby authorize to apply for any additional funds made available by the state for the defrayment of costs of efforts to combat COVID-19 in the election process and for the enhancement of election security, and to execute any grant agreements required to access these funds from the state until the general election on November 3rd, 2020. So with that said, it's looking like we will go with the allocations that the Secretary of State has determined. So Houston County will receive an additional $22,610.25. Of that, $11,771.54 will go to the cities and townships, and $10,838.71 will go to the county itself for expenses. Of course, these expenses will have to be approved by the Secretary of State, and you have to follow the guidelines and so on and so forth. Just make one note of this. It was stated in the information I received that the townships and cities who are going with mail balloting have not been allocated anything for this because they won't have any precincts open for the election.
Okay.
Do you guys have any questions?
So this would be used for protective plexiglass or anything like that related to CARE?
Yes, it can be used for training.
Okay.
Let me see here. The health and safety of election officials and in-person voters, including the purchase of sanitation and disinfectant supplies, the public outreach and preparations, facilitation, support, and preparation for increased absentee voting, including voter education materials, printing, and postage. Preparing of training materials and administration of additional training of local election officials, and preparing of new polling place locations, which we don't have that, and then also purchasing electronic roster system meeting the technology requirements of Minnesota Statute Section 201.225. So with all those things is what they've got listed as things that we could include as to use the funds for.
So Donna, the township's portion, would that be distributed by you, and it would be done by general roster of how many voters or whatever?
No, they've actually got it, or already have it, broken out.
Oh, okay.
So it's already broken out, so they should get their, we will do the reporting for the townships in the cities, but I believe the check will come right from the state, Secretary of State's office.
Okay. Well, there's going to be some confusion because they're also getting CARES Act funding on different. They're going to get a second payment for that, right, Jeff?
Yeah, so this funding, as we understand it, was money allocated to the Secretary of State specifically for election support. So this is going to be coming separate than the generic, if you will, CARES Act check that the townships are eligible to receive. So I'm in meeting with the townships this afternoon, or I've invited them to a Zoom meeting this afternoon to kind of discuss the original CARES Act funding. And so I'll try and highlight this, that we can help them keep it separate, and we'll work with Donna to help emphasize that this is separate from that. One other point I would make is this, again, since it's coming through the Secretary of State, has a local match component to it. 20% for most of the things, 25% if Donna were to get another poll pad. They have, so far anyway, have clarified that the generic CARES Act money that we have received, like FEMA, we can use the CARES Act money to cover the county portion of these expenses if they're COVID related. So still looking into whether we can use the CARES Act funds to cover the 25% of the original poll pad grant or not, but anything under this grant, we should be able to use our CARES Act funding for this.
And this is a true grant. I mean, we don't have to have record keeping on this money, and if you don't spend it, you got to send it back. I mean, it's a true grant.
You are correct. In some ways, we have to request the townships and cities to keep record of what they're using the money for. I don't think it's going to be any issues with that because the amounts are not that significant. On the other hand, we will have to indicate to the Secretary of State by September, or by a certain date. I can't remember the date for sure. Okay, so anyway, we indicate to the Secretary of State what the townships and cities have spent the money on. So they have to keep record, yes. Do they have to provide receipts? No. But we have to make sure that they do keep good records of it, and we as well. And just note what the money was used for and the what had happened during their election. Just a brief.
To rephrase the question, I think this, the CARES Act money, we just got a flat check and then we have to return what we don't spend. This money here, we have to show the expenses and then they reimburse, correct, Donna? Or are they sending a check and we have to send it back?
I'm pretty sure they will just send a check, but I can find that out for sure because I do have other questions for someone at the Secretary of State. I'll make sure to find that out.
Yeah, and that's just more of the mechanics of how we do it and how we track it all. But
I do agree that this at the beginning this seemed a little on the confusing side because we got the two grants going at the same time.
Yep.
I will check that out for sure.
Is there any more discussion or questions?
Okay, I got one. Are your election judges all included in on this, Donna?
Yes. The election judges will be covered for like the training and, and if they need additional election judges, it's for that purpose as well. So,
is there a certain rate of how much they get paid? Some townships pay more than others. Does that matter, or is it one set wage?
I don't think that matters. I think it's whatever they do normally pay is what would be reimbursed for them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So when is the election judge training?
It's going on as we speak.
Okay.
We've already had the clerk and head judge training, and now we're doing this afternoon. The file should be ready. The training module should be ready to send out. We're going to send them out in bulk distribution.
Okay.
If there isn't any more questions, is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Vote to approve.
I'll
Is there-
second it.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yep.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Donna. Jeff,
Hmm?
you're having a township meeting, Zoom meeting this afternoon. What time is that?
Yeah, I've got that scheduled for 4 p.m. With township officers just to talk CARES Act funding and start a similar discussion to what we've had with the cities.
So are you having with the county association, or are you having it with all the townships?
I sent it out to the. I used the email list that the Township Officers Association used when they canceled their annual event. So,
Okay.
so I think I have all the townships covered in it, but at least
All right.
those that use email.
Okay.
Yep. And I've taken a couple of questions from townships so far on that, so I'll address that with the whole group later.
All right, we'll proceed with number 9, consider approval of resolution for the wheelage tax. I don't know if the author would like to come forward and talk about this resolution, or?
Well, I guess I wrote it up. It's something that had been discussed with the highway project, and was a consideration for funding whether it funded directly to the highway project or funded the bond payments if we go the route of the 50-50 bond and cash that has been discussed for the highway project. Last time we discussed it, it was kind of tabled until we had a little better handle on where we were with the project. And we're at a point now where if the board wishes to implement the wheelage tax for the 2021 calendar year, we have to notify the state by the 1st of August to implement and push this in. There was some discussion about, we currently charge a $10 per vehicle wheelage tax, and have the option to go up to $20 per year per vehicle. It can be done in $5 increments, so it could be set at $15 instead or left at $10. So, and I don't have it open in front of me, but I've previously sent the document that kind of showed what we've collected in wheelage tax in the past, and it works out to just under around $200,000 a year at $10 a fee. So, doubling that would be where we were at with a $20 fee. And the other funding options that don't have to be decided now, of course, but are avenues that are available are the local option sales tax and the vehicle excise tax.
Are those something that we need to make a decision on by August 1st too, or?
No, they've got the wheelage tax is fairly simple since we already have the wheelage tax in place. It's just changing the rate. If we were to start discussing the local option sales tax, we've got to do the public notification and public hearing and all that stuff that go with that. And I don't have any of the dates handy on what timeline for that would look like.
We've discussed in the past about not doing a sales tax. It wouldn't be beneficial for Houston County with no large businesses. Most people go to La Crosse for their purchases. I don't know, is there, okay.
Bob?
I guess I've talked about this wheelage tax in the past from the point of view of the county shop and whatnot, and the budgetary restrictions that I think we're going to be looking at. The wheelage tax and that $200,000, pretty much so if we got a 20-year bond for the value say $2 million, would cover the cost without putting any stress on that budget. Granted, it's going to cost $10 per vehicle for every vehicle that's registered in the county, but it's a use tax. I mean, the people that have the vehicles, that's what the highway department serves. That's where the additional revenue would come from. Personal opinion, I think the wheelage tax would be a good way to go.
I think doubling it is a little bit hard during these hard times anyway, when we're having a hard time even getting our tax money.
Jack?
I don't necessarily disagree with Bob's rationale, but I just at this particular point can't justify increasing anything to the taxpayer. I just think until we get out of this pandemic, we need to really pull in here. People are certainly doing that in their households, and I think we can do it as a county.
Yeah, I feel the same way. This tax would be burdensome on the businesses who have a fleet of vehicles, whether it be cars, trucks. And if you start adding $10 to their fleet, that's a considerable amount of money. If we're looking at it as a way to help pay for the jail, first of all, I don't know if this wheelage tax was ever intended to be used for a specific line item. I think it always went to general fund in previous time, but
goes to road and bridge.
Road and bridge, not the general.
That's what it's always been?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, I stand corrected then. So, I just feel that it isn't at this time. If we need to adjust our spending on the highway shop, on the fact of worrying about paying for it, I think we need to do that first before we start adding on tax.
Well, I thought it was a fee. We can call it a tax, that's fine, but it is a way of not disturbing the general fund budget with regard to the new shop. As far as when we do it, I mean, right now we're still looking at prices. We haven't set up a contract or anything, so in reality, we wouldn't even have to do this till next year, but I'm still a proponent of using it to help fund the project. And that money can be used to replace monies that we use for bridges or culverts or whatever, but so that the road and bridge fund has the monies to make the bond payments without affecting the general fund. So if we don't do it now, that's fine, because we aren't going to need it till next year anyways from the bonding point of view. But I think it's a good avenue to keep in mind for the future of, as far as the project is concerned, rather than cutting the highway shop and eliminating some necessary items in order to keep the cost down. I think we ought to do it right the first time rather than nickel and dime the thing and cut ourselves off instead of doing a decent project.
I think we could wait till next year because of the pandemic that we're involved in and the cost of individuals throughout the county. We could put off a year of increasing anything. We'd be better off personally.
That's fine.
Greg?
Well, I think we should table it for now, and we can look at it again and after maybe November and December, see how the budget's going. If we think we need it, we could implement it then, can't we, Jeff?
No.
It's got to be done by August 1st, so.
But I'll agree with Greg from the point of view and everybody else, I guess. We don't need to do it this year because we're still in the throes of coming up with the prices and the project. The bond payments won't be until the year after next anyways, so we don't have to do this till next year.
Yep. The last data point I'll throw into the discussion is in a note from Brian. we're anticipating a reduction in state aid maintenance funds of about $310,000 for 2021, and constructions funds by about $360,000. So there is some cuts coming in what's going to be available from the state for next year. So.
Well, I think it was said previously, if everybody's going to have to take some, I mean, businesses have taken extreme cuts here with the COVID and the economic situation. I think that we as a county should be considering that too, and not just looking for ways to add more revenue and tax, but that's just my personal opinion. But is there an agreement to table this, or is there a motion to approve this resolution?
I agree with the tabling.
I'll second it.
Well, we don't need to vote on that. We'll just table it for now. All right. We'll move on to resolution on the CARES Act funding. Jeff?
Yep. Let me, might be best if I just bring this one up onto the screen. Share this one real quick. All right. I should see it now. So this is the intent of this is to put in place some of the mechanics for addressing the CARES Act funds that the county received, and kind of formalize some of the stuff that has been discussed and at least should be in line with general consensus of what we've discussed in the past. So what it does is, first off, directs the county administrator and economic development agency committee. Oops, sorry. Skipped ahead here. First paragraph right here. Directs the county administrator and the finance committee to review the federal and state guidance and ensure that the county and subrecipients comply with all conditions of the CARES Act when allocating or tracking use of the funds. Secondly, directs the county administrator and the economic development agency committee to develop and implement a program to provide economic support grants to local businesses, and authorizes the economic development agency committee to make grant award approvals. That was a recommended change from what was originally in there. It then also directs an initial allocation of half of our CARES Act allotment, or $1,130,000 for the economic support grant program, and authorizes the finance committee to allocate additional funds for the economic assistance program once county specific expenses have been fully funded. And then further, directs county administrator to coordinate with the cities and towns within the county to synchronize efforts of all local government use of CARES Act funds for maximum benefit to the residents of Houston County, to include establishment of a consolidated economic support program, if that comes to fruition. And authorizes the finance committee to review and approve all of the allocations of the funds to cover reasonable and allowed expenses incurred in the county. So with that, I'm open to any other editorial suggestions before recommending action.
I would just
go ahead, Jack.
Make a comment. It just seems, I mean, almost ludicrous that they would award over $1 million and then have so many restrictions that you'd have to be a magician to figure out how to spend $1 million. I mean, otherwise you fight with them over $10,000 and then suddenly they throw $1 million out there like it's candy. It just seems foolish to me, but.
Well, I think I should note, Jack, that that 1,000,001 is the 50% that we would be putting towards grants for businesses that were closed or partially closed because of the COVID pandemic. So
that's true. We do. Yeah, we do have that.
That's what it's referring to. Yeah. And I think it should be simplified to say that we direct the county EDA board to disperse this funds after the finance committee and Jeff have looked at the rules and guidelines to do that. I have a little concern of having to go back to the finance committee to approve all of those because we're running out of time here. Because we have to have this done by November. So I think we should give the authority to the EDA board to do this, disperse the funds.
Eric, our meeting is tomorrow, so.
Yep.
It
Yeah,
does
so
quite a bit of stuff, medical expenses, payroll expenses, etc. So, and I know there, for instance, I just had my hair done last week finally, and my hairdresser's been shut down for 3 months, and she wanted to know how she could apply for this. Are we notifying these businesses? Or these?
That's the plan, Teresa, is that, and Allison's working on that as we speak about advertising for this, but we had to set the guidelines up first and get everything in place and the qualifications and who this is going to go for. We were looking at, this isn't set in stone, but a $5,000 grant from the start and see what we get for applications and then see what we have left and if we could do a second phase situation. Yeah, this was advertised on the websites, the EDAs, the counties. Even talked about putting it on the radio so everybody has knowledge of this program. So
they would get hold of our EDA, the county EDA person,
yeah,
and that's for an application.
We wanted one application, Teresa, so that it didn't get confusing for people as to how to apply.
Okay.
yeah, we have one application. We're working with Allison on a timeline. Rough. This is not set in stone yet, of course. Roughly speaking, we're hoping to have everything in place by the end of July to open up applications in early August, and have a 2 to 3 week period in August for applications, and then hopefully be making the decisions and initial disbursements in early September, and then from there we can reevaluate where we have, once we've sorted out what the county expenses are, how much additional funds there are, how many applicants there are, and then any combination of city contributions and township contributions, and or come late November, any money that they haven't spent yet would roll back up to the county, and then we could allocate either to further expenses or further economic support. So that's
if the EDA runs out of money, can we give them part of our $1 million?
Yeah, say again.
If the EDA runs out of their money, can we give them part of our $1 million?
Yes, we have. Yeah, we have the flexibility to reallocate, and that's what this would authorize is the finance committee to make additional decisions on reallocating the remainder of the $2.2 million to either county expenses or to the program. In negotiation or in discussions with the cities, some are interested in a joint program and just pushing their funds towards the county to distribute from one pot. Some are interested in distributing their funds locally, but are interested in a joint program with the county for receiving applications and filtering applications. And so there's some details to be worked there still on how we do that, which is why we need a little bit of time to do that.
We can't do the joint. That's going to be too confusing and cumbersome. They either have to roll it up or they have to do their own, as far as the way I look at it.
Mm-hmm. It'll aggregate will be cumbersome. The townships, of course, with the exception of one, all have the opportunity to receive the funds as well. There is a short form that has to be submitted to opt in and receive the funding. I had one of the conversations I've had initially with the township was they didn't think they had any COVID-19 related expenses, and so we're just not going to touch it. And so I explained to them that if they don't, which is their their option to do. If they don't receive the funding from the state and the dates pass, that funding stays at the state and it gets thrown back into the state's pot of money to reallocate. If they accept the funding at the townships and the cities, any money that they don't spend by the 15th of November gets transferred to the county first. County can reallocate, and then it gets transferred to what we don't allocate, gets transferred to the state. So can I just express to them the option of, if they at least receive the funding at the local level, they can either participate in our program, or they can roll the funds up to the county and contribute to that. The townships themselves have, I think it's about $170,000 allocated at the township level. So that alone could make a pretty good dent in economic assistance across the county. So,
All of the cities have been invited to tomorrow's meeting?
It's a separate meeting from the EDA meeting itself. But if you would like, from an EDA board perspective, I can extend the invitation to them. But we've been having separate discussions with the cities, and I think we have another one scheduled for
I don't think we want because we as the EDA board have to get the rules in place first before we start inviting the cities in.
Yep.
Because we haven't done that yet. So
when is that city meeting then, Joe?
That's what I was looking for. I thought we had. Okay, I haven't added it to my calendar yet, but we had tentatively scheduled to do one at 1 o'clock on Thursday as a follow-up with the cities. So I need to schedule that still.
maybe it'd be helpful if Allison would maybe want to step in here and talk about some stuff here to help clarify anything. Is that okay with you guys?
Sure.
Allison, can you unmute? Yep.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. I just wanted to chime in and add that Jeff did a good job of going over sort of our tentative timeline. The plan is, once it is official today, the Little League board will meet early tomorrow morning, and one of the first things we're going to do is work on a press release.
Allison, close to your microphone.
For this grant program that we will be putting into place.
Allison.
Businesses just look for that press release. We're going to get it out to as many channels as possible, and that will be the date when the program details will be released, and when all businesses can go to the EDA website and see the specific details of the program.
Allison, you need to stay in one position because you're cutting in and out. I don't know if you're moving around on your voice is cutting in and out, so you need to stay in one because you sound good in one position and the other you're kind of fading away. So
okay, how
there
is
you
this
go.
position?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Just stay right there. Don't move.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the EDA is already getting quite a few inquiries from businesses who are interested in using this grant program, which is great. But I just want everyone to know that the plan is tomorrow to set a launch date, and then we will do a lot of advertising announcing when the launch date of the program will be, because we have not officially created the program yet, because we couldn't until this was official today. And so businesses can just look for that launch date, and then there will be a specific day that they can go to the EDA website to see all the details of the program. That way everyone gets the information at the same time, and we're not giving out any information ahead of time, because one of the things that we're considering is first come, first serve. So to make it fair, we want all businesses to be able to see the information in one place on the same day, if that makes sense. So as you're out there talking to businesses, just let them know to look for the launch date, and then on the launch date, they'll be able to find all the information with this program we're creating.
Okay.
That sounds good to me. Bob?
So with regard to the applications, if the cities like La Crescent and Caledonia stay independent, if we have a $5,000 max on the county's portion of the monies, is it going to take into consideration the monies that they get from the, I mean, let's say we got a business in Caledonia. Can they apply to Caledonia for 5,000 and to the county for 5,000? So within the city, they can get 10,000. Outside the city and county proper, they can only get 5,000. Is that kind of the gist of it?
We think so. The federal and state guidelines are continually changing, and so this is all subject to change, and we will need to let businesses know that unfortunately the rules could change at any time just based on the federal and state guidelines. But it is our understanding as of right now, you can apply to multiple CARES Act programs as long as you're using the money from the different programs for a different purpose. So for example, if your city was doing a program and you applied to that CARES Act money and you wanted to use it to pay your employees, you could also apply to the county, but you would have to use it for a different purpose. You couldn't also use that money to pay your employees. That is our current understanding, but that could change in the upcoming weeks as the guidelines are continually changing.
I would like to see the county's program focus on businesses that were shut down and closed, and that they would use this money for rent or mortgage payments to help them through this period where they've been shut down. And given the fact that if some have opened and now they've had to close again, you know, they're going through a tough time, and we need to focus this money towards those businesses.
The next question is documentation. How specific or how much documentation is going to be required? They apply for it. What do they have to prove that they've, I mean, is there any kind of proof of loss or something like that? If you got a sole proprietor that wasn't in business, do they have to show how much they made in the first quarter of last year to document what they lost this year? I mean, you know what I mean? As far as
that's something that we're still deciding. So far, we don't have that specific of detail from the federal or state government. However, we do know that we do need to do, we will need to track this because there is a possibility that the county or the EDA could get audited. So we do need to be able to explain our reasoning for why we granted the amounts that we did. So since the program has not been created yet, and we're not set in stone on for sure the intended purpose or uses, we're still exploring that. We'll have to decide at a later time than what we are going to require from the businesses as proof.
Yeah, I would add that that's a detail that the Finance Committee and the EDA Committee will have to work out. We do have several examples from other counties that I've shared with Allison and we'll share with the EDA. And that's part of the application process, is to show if they have used any other source of CARES Act money, whether that's the PPP, et cetera, and how they intend to use the funds. Yep.
If I remember correctly, Jeff, the threshold for audit was $750,000, so the county would be over that on the threshold to for an audit.
Yeah.
The cities would probably be under, would most likely be under that. So
some of the cities are under, some are over.
It's not,
I think,
just to clarify, it's not just this money that puts you there. We were already subject to a federal audit because of federal money that we received for MA. So it's just a point to note that since this is new money and they have been auditing our MA money for years, this will most likely be what they pick to audit for 2020.
Okay.
And it won't be the EDA that's audited, it is the county that's audited.
Yep.
You know, and just to point out, our EDA board in their bylaws does not have decision-making authority. They make recommendations to the county board. So that's also something to keep in mind.
So we couldn't Go ahead, Bob. You got a question itching there.
3 questions. First, to what Carol had said, the EDA recommends to the county board. The county board in this resolution is giving that decision-making authority to the finance committee. Is that appropriate? Is that allowable? Or does the county board have to approve every one of them? That's a question to Carol.
I think this could, take care of that for this, because it's only for this specific CARES money.
Right. Second question. With regard to the EDA board and the CARES meetings, the finance committee and the CARES meeting, we can't have both committees or we can't have the members of the EDA board that are county commissioners and the members of the finance committee that are county commissioners attend these CARES meetings because it's not advertised as a meeting. Am I correct, Jeff?
Yes, unless we advertise as a meeting. Yep.
So it's hard for the finance committee to keep track of what's being decided and what's going on because we can't attend the EDA meetings. It's just like the one I was at the other day that I had to pull out of because there was 3 of us.
Yep.
So that's an issue I have as far as understanding, unless it's recorded and I can go back and listen to it. Third question. This is probably to Allison. The federal government passed the deal and made extra $600 for unemployment. It's a taxable item. Is any of this grant money subject to income tax, or is this a non-taxable grant? That's the end of the question.
I don't know the answer to your question to be certain. I believe it's taxable, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
See, that's the problem when they send all this money down to us, and then it's up to us to find out what we can or can't do, and that makes it very frustrating. So they're very vague on their rules.
Could the EDA create this program, get our application ready, and what we think would be required documents, and then just as long as the financial committee does not see that there are any issues with it as far as it's not an eligible way to use it, then could we go from there?
Okay.
The reason why we'd like the EDA to have more authority to just do these is just because in the interest of time, we have very limited time to disperse all this money. But of course, we need to make sure that we are in fact following the rules. So we do want, someone in finance to review it to ensure that.
Could we, once we get the applications in, review it and get it and approve it by the EDA? Can we? I know that's what you're asking, Allison, but then can we bring it to the county board for final approval? And hopefully you can do it within a certain, it'll land on a day where we have a meeting, or we could have a special meeting too, of course, just to handle that project to make it a faster turnaround.
Yeah, we could certainly adjust the timeline to fit within the schedule for county board meetings.
Or have a special meeting just to get it done too.
Yep. The other option would be you could delegate to the staff rather than a committee for final approval, or retain it at the board level.
Well, being that Carol said that the county is the one that's getting held, it probably should be done by the board. I don't know. I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
I think so too, and we could do it like we did at a workshop. We meet every Tuesday. So we could easily put a portion of the meeting from 9 to 9:30 as action item.
That would be a special meeting then. not a work group meeting, because a work group
Right,
can't.
but we've advertised before when we were dealing with the bonding issue too.
Yeah. Yep. 72-hour notice.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense that once a week we have the meeting so we can approve any applications. That makes sense.
Okay.
Well, I guess rather than approving every application, wouldn't it make more sense to just approve the initial application and the requirements that we are requiring? And then so long as someone applies and they meet the requirements,
As one bunch.
If we do first come, first serve, would it, in the interest of time, would you need to approve all of the applications, or would you be okay with the EDA board doing that? Because the EDA board has asked to be able to do that. I mean, yes, we would want the finance people to review what we're initially asking and make sure that we're getting all the proper documentation. But as long as we get an application and they are in fact qualified and provide us the proper documentation, do you still want, because there's a potential we are going to get hundreds of applications. So
Well, you've got 2 members of the county board on the EDA. So they're participating in the review of the applications and the approval. I think the final approval could be done as a packet. We don't have to look at each one. We know that the EDA board has reviewed it, but I think the county board is obligated to make the final approval, since we're the ones that are overall responsible for the monies that we're getting in this CARES funding. So I think EDA does the initial approval, just provide a packet to the county board for approval after it's gone through the EDA. I think that would be fair.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think it's going to be something where we're going to be issuing checks, like every day of the week. There's going to have to be, it has to fit our process. You know what I mean?
So in other words, we could pay a bunch of them every 2 weeks then, right? Or every time.
Every week, we pay weekly. What's submitted prior to generally Friday is paid the next Tuesday and held until the next Friday, because that's what statute says we do.
So what, are we going to have a meeting every Friday then to approve these then? Or?
No.
It'd be like
or
Go ahead, Carol.
you would approve them, like say at your work group session, have a short review of what had been presented to you, and then the checks would be issued.
We approve on Tuesday, they cut the checks on Friday.
You think that's going to be doable, Allison?
I mean, it's definitely not something we want to be doing every day.
No.
Right. And then as far as like the meetings where we officially give the check to the business that's awarded, for me, those might have to be, because if there's probably going to be paperwork that they'll have to sign when they get that check saying that they will comply with our terms. So.
Oh, actually, I think that has to be done before they're approved to even get money. Like if the county gets a grant, we sign all the documents, send it in, they send us our money. I don't think we need to add another step of presenting that, having the business come in. They said we could have hundreds and hundreds. I mean, that has to be something that's done before you even award the money.
So the check would just be cut and directly sent to them.
Right.
And we'll just make sure that when they're signing the application, they are then also signing that they will be complying with the rules and everything else.
Right.
And just providing any attachments right away initially. Okay, that would be,
Yes.
that's probably a better idea than what I was thinking of.
They agree to all of that when they make the application. Right?
Okay. Yeah, that will make it simpler. We may need to push the launch date back slightly, just so that we can get all of that in the initial application. But that's probably a better way to go.
I do. I look at this as an administrative nightmare from the perspective of keeping track of the information. If this is a taxable event, we'll have to have their social security numbers or their business identification numbers, and then it would seem that we have to issue a 1099 at the end of the year. Carol?
Bob, I'm holding my forehead. You can't see me, but I am holding my forehead. Yes, and for a grant, there again, I look at the county. When we apply for a grant, we have to put our federal tax ID on it. It should be the same for this application. They should put their social security number. If they have a business ID, that should be part of the application.
Okay.
We do have to, depending on how it ends up, we actually have to check, to make sure they're not like a debarred vendor, like they can't actually get federal money. That's something in our random auditing. So yes, we need that information. And
now, from an administrative point of view and the paperwork that this involves, we could use the grant money to reimburse the county if we have to hire additional help to achieve all of this. I mean, that is something we can use some of that money for.
Correct.
correct.
Right, and we could also use it for the other half that's left, the 1 million. We could designate this 50% totally for business grants. We could use the other half to pay for extra expenditures. Now, it was brought up about maybe getting CETA to do one more day a week work for us. That would be an expense of $6,000 some dollars. I can't remember the exact figure, but this would be just to deal with this CARES Act fund disbursement. So that would be covered under that.
Yeah.
That would be August through November. So if that's something that you're open to, CETA
I think we have to.
could
I think we
most likely may be needed.
Yeah, we'd have to do that. And so that should be on our agenda next time around to get that passed through, don't you think?
Well, we could be up to 200 applicants by the time we're done. She's going to need help.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's going to take a lot of time, so.
So do we need to make a motion on something like that, or?
Not on the agenda.
Well, it's not on the agenda, so we got to do it next time around, which we can still do, I believe, at the next regular meeting. And then, but we have to get this final wording in the resolution taken care of here. So, I don't know, Jeff, you put the corrections in there so far, or what?
I think so. And again, the way I've worded everything is it keeps it at one of the committee levels, the finance committee or the EDA committee for the different roles. If the board wished to, this could be delegated down to myself and staff to not have to go through the board process. But I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying that's an option.
I think the EDA committee and the EDA board with county board members on that board, review, make a recommendation, authorize the grants. I think the county board has to give the final approval. I don't think we want to move it to the administrator on something like this. I think that once a week final approval is the way it should be. Not the finance committee, but the full board.
I would agree.
Everybody else on the same page for that?
Yep.
Carolyn and Allison, does that look okay to you?
Works for me.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so
I
the,
think once we officially launch the program, we'll probably maybe want to give it a little time to get the initial applications in, but then we can have an initial review date and maybe go weekly from there.
Yeah.
And then Allison, you said that we take all the applications, it's a first come, first served basis, so we keep them chronologically ordered, give out the money that we have allocated, the 1.1. Those that didn't get go into a reserve, and we come to the end of what we've spent on the 1.1 that's not allocated, then we take out of that for the people that didn't get any of the 5,000. I don't see any possible way the county is going to spend 1.1 million on COVID stuff. That's not even in the realm of possibility from my mind. But is that the way we would handle that then?
Yeah, I was thinking, this is just all tentative, but that the county would create an email specific for the grant applications. And then after the launch date that everyone's aware of, everyone will find out about the program on the same day, that launch date. And then when they have their application ready, would just submit it to that email. And then we will for sure be able to see time-stamped the order that we got the applications in. As long as your application is complete and you qualify, it would be first come, first served. If you're missing something, or then we would let you know, and you would have to put your app in, and you would just go to the bottom of the list. Again, first come, first served is what I was thinking, but that's subject to change. That was just an idea to try to make it fair.
Yep.
It would be helpful, I think, initially to prioritize, at least in the first round, who you guys would like to see get the money. It's been mentioned that some maybe want to start with businesses that had to close or partially close due to COVID-19, and that seems to be what some other places are doing. So I don't know if you want to specify that initially those are the applications that we want to look at or not, but that might be helpful.
To me, that's the way I would like to see it done, because all these other businesses that got PPP loans that weren't closed, but I think this is something that we need to focus in on, is to help the people that have been closed or partially closed. That's my personal opinion. But I think what Bob's getting at is, after the first round, we'll see what we get for applications. If there's money left over, we could institute a second round. The EDA board can come up with criteria for that, and what we would look at it for a second round and go from there. And if there's money to be spent left yet, phase 3, who knows, something like that. But we're running on limited time here because of November 15th.
Right.
Because we're going to probably get a lot of township money back, because they got this other program already now for their elections. So a lot of township money probably isn't going to get used.
Yeah. They can roll their money up to the county for us if, dedicated to this.
Question for you, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many businesses are not in an incorporated city? Rural businesses there are?
I don't know the number, and I'm not sure how to find that.
I just look at it from the point of view of people making application to the county. making application to the cities.
Yep.
I mean, Allison, that's going to be a problem to keep track of that, or are we just going to let the cities and the counties stand on a separate level?
I think, so some of the cities that I have spoken to are interested in just rolling their money up and asking that the county put the money they roll up into EDA. But we've had discussions, you know, it would be too hard to set aside certain dollar amounts for certain locations. So some cities may do their own program. I think what we will need to do is have the applicant sign something that ensures that we know how they're going to use the grant money and that they are not going to use any other CARES Act funds for the same purpose. We will have to have the business sign that,
And they'll
and
have
hopefully
to,
they will be truthful and follow that.
and there should be a check mark too for a box saying that they're also applying for a city grant of the same.
Yeah.
Most of the folks have been very interested in doing at least a joint application process, and so that there's one application that then gets used by the cities and the county for making that decision. And that way, I think we would have it, and it's a matter of how we formalize that, where we could say, you know, if business X in Caledonia applied, the county could, you know, the city could say, yeah, we're going to give $5,000, and so therefore they've got money, and then the county can move on to the next company down the list, or then we can say, you know, if company X applied for a certain amount of money, the county could say we're going to give 50% of what they're asking. The county can cover 50%. So there's some options there that we're still working out with the cities, at least, and hopefully we'll round the townships into that as well, for how that looks.
Sorry.
That would be fair from the perspective that they get a max of $5,000 between the county and the city. Those businesses outside of any city, incorporated city, would get $5,000 from the county, so that everybody's on the same level to start with.
Well, some of the things to think about with this, though, would be if we are going to involve the cities like that with our application, will the cities and the county all agree on the same application, or should the county create their application and then, you know, show it to the cities and see if they would want to get on? Because again, that's just a lot of people to look it over, and not that we don't want the feedback, but, you know, will all the cities and the counties be able to agree on the application? And then also, if, you know, I'm just not sure about the fairness. I know some cities are considering hiring an agency to disperse their own program for them, but then if others don't and they're working with the county, I mean, I just want to make sure that everything is fair and that,
right,
you know, because if we're doing a first come, first serve and a certain city is participating with us and a certain city isn't, then does that mean one of those cities is at a disadvantage? I mean, it's just a question that I think we should consider.
It's a valid question, and I don't know that there's necessarily a good answer to it. But conversely, some of the cities have their own EDA programs now for businesses to receive loans, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, every business right now that has an EDA loan from the county is within a city. I think there's maybe one exception to a business that is not in the city area that is receiving county EDA funds. So I don't know that there's a perfect answer either way. I think we need to, you know, just move on and make it as fair as we possibly can, and strive to coordinate with them as best we can. As far as the application goes, Allison, we will develop ours, and you know, with limited city input, you know, if it takes changing one item on the form to get them to all use the same application, we can make that adjustment.
We as a county have to just worry about our program here. We can't. We gotta because we're paying to do this program for the county. The cities, if they want to do this on their own, that's their business to do that. I don't know how we try to incorporate them in with our plan. I mean, that gets too confusing and cumbersome.
I think we need to move forward and adopt this resolution. And at this time, because we have meetings in Caledonia this afternoon, and it's a bit of a drive for a couple of us.
Is that what you were going to say, Bob?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so the last change I made to the resolution then was to, okay, so the second, therefore, the second be it resolved line adjusted to reflect the county administrator and economic development agency committee to develop and implement a program to provide economic support grants to local businesses, and authorizes the economic development agency committee to make grant award recommendations to the board for final approval. And then I also changed the last line of it, which authorizes the finance committee to review and recommend allocations of the funds. Should say to the board for final approval. I guess if the EDA committee is not allocating funds, the finance committee should make recommendations as well.
So you're going to have it so the finance committee looks at it first, and then they're going to come to the county board for approval?
Makes no sense. EDA with 2 members from the county board on it, they make their decisions, they make their recommendations, it comes to the board. Skip the finance.
The finance committee would be for the other CRF funds, not the money that's been allocated to the economic assistance for the ADA.
As long as it specifies it's for the other funds, that's fine.
Yep.
That said, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with a roll call.
Just really quickly, I added the word remaining Sierra funds. Is that
There you,
fine?
there you go.
Yeah, okay. All right, District 1.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 3.
I say yes, and good luck, Allison.
District 4.
Yes.
District 5.
Yeah.
Passes.
All right. Oh, closed session, man, oh man, okay.
We have 2 more action items.
Oh, we do? Oh, yes. We got the abatements. I'm sorry,
Jeff?
Yeah.
Jeff, you need to let Cindy in. She couldn't be-
I did, and she's in. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Move on to abatements. Cindy, are you in?
She is. Okay, there she goes.
I do not have a copy of the abatements. I've given them all to Donna, but you should have a copy in front of you guys, correct?
Yes, there are 10 abatements. I sent them to everyone this morning.
Are there any questions?
On this one for Rivers Mechanical, what's that about?
Seven Rivers. Let me look it up. What does it say? It doesn't.
Reduce taxes to the correct amount. We were overcharged.
Oh, yes. When Seven Rivers Mechanical split about 3 or 4 years ago, the person with that area that did that, they took off the lot value for the one parcel and the split. However, when they didn't reduce it from this parcel. So this parcel was paying the actual amount prior to the split when they shouldn't have. They didn't get their value reduced.
Okay.
You want a motion to approve these?
Correct.
All of them?
Yes.
I would so move.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with the roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yep.
Passes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay. What's the other action item? For some reason, I've got my wrong agenda here.
All right, the last action item I'll turn over to Tess to address. It is the approval of exempt overtime, exempt employee overtime pay authorization related to the local emergency declaration.
Yep.
Yes, just real briefly, this was something we put in the contracts, AFSCME and MAPE contract, and discussed as a generally for the county after our last major flood event, where we had people that were working a significant amount of overtime. They're salaried employees, but they were working a significant amount of overtime on a regular basis just to keep up with the emergency. So the board made a determination at that time to, if they had, if there was a declared local emergency, which we have here due to the COVID-19 pandemic, that then the board had the option, it's in the contract, the board has the option to declare overtime at straight time for these employees. The overtime must be documented and be related to the emergency. The reason for this is because this, at least presumably, this overtime would then qualify for, under some circumstances, FEMA repayment, or other circumstances, CARES Act, or the monies you have available at this time. We ask, if you determine that this is appropriate, that it be retroactive to the date of your original declaration of local emergency, and that is March 18th of 2020. Now, this isn't by any means for just any overtime. It has to be pre-approved by the supervisor. Their overtime generally is pre-approved by the supervisor, and of course the supervisor would be approving their submission of this for compensation at straight time, not time and a half. I can only think of a couple of departments that have been heavily impacted by this, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, when you said the overtime for salaried people, besides the supervisors, how many salaried people do we have?
Oh gosh. Well, I can list some of them for you. I think our health educator, for instance, is a salaried person. But most of them are supervisors. But we do have a handful of others that are salaried who are professionals.
Overtime, from that perspective.
Well, supervisors have a supervisor may have a department head. So for instance, you'd have supervisors in, so you look at who's in MAPE, and you have all of the unit supervisors for public health and human services report to a department head. Okay, they're all exempt employees. Department heads, you may have, I'm thinking IT, for example, reports to a supervisor, the county administrator. So there is a line of oversight for everyone that may possibly come under consideration.
But
So
this is,
Tess, if somebody approves overtime, then who approves the approval?
Or,
I mean, so this department says, I'm approving this overtime, then we just automatically pay it?
no, this is only related, okay, not to be confused with regular overtime, which is mandated by the Department of Labor. non-exempt employees who work over 40 hours a week. This is related to what we would, the emergency declaration for those who are exempt employees who may be working well over 40 every single week. And it might not even be every week they get it. It's just, like I said, I can only think of a couple circumstances where it may even be relevant here.
Okay, I would just, sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Finish, Joe.
Go ahead, Jack.
I would just say I would be hesitant to take this very far because, again, I go back to my private sector experience, and when you're on salary, you have some perks for not punching the clock, but you also have some responsibility when emergencies occur. I mean, let me just give a simple example. You got 5 route drivers and 3 of them got sick. So then the supervisor jumps on the route truck and runs a route and ends up with more hours than normally he would have. That's part of the job. So I'd be real hesitant to stretch this too far. It doesn't mean I don't appreciate what people are doing during this time, but again, we aren't doing this 52 weeks a year every year either. It's a different situation. One in particular that I think I spoke with you about, Teresa, would be, I think IT spent an awful lot of time getting us to where we can talk to one another, but
Well, I think what this is being done for is to get reimbursement for the COVID money. Am I wrong in assuming that?
Well, if you have, no,
Not directly.
I'm trying to figure out a way of saying it. I'm sorry, Jeff. You could get reimbursement for this if it's directly related to COVID. And so the purpose for bringing it forward is if it is something that is reimbursable to the county, then the question becomes, why would we not want to afford our employees who are dedicating this additional time, which is mandated for them to do this, and allow them to be benefited by those additional COVID payments?
Reimbursement for this would soften my approach. If we are able to not tap county funds and could use COVID money, I'd feel somewhat different about it.
By all understandings of the CARES Act funding right now that we have, this would be covered by the CARES Act funds from the period of 1 March to 1 December.
Okay, thank you.
And I would say the hours have to be well documented. What they're working on has to be documented. Just like in any emergency response, in order to get that reimbursement. So we have to have dates, we have to have times, we have to have the work that was performed.
I'd make a motion to approve the ability to do this.
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with roll call.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
And District 5?
Yep.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you for your discussion, Commissioners, and your consideration.
Okay. Now we'll proceed to closed session.
Yeah.
All right. If we could have a motion to go into closed session, subject to Minnesota Statute 13D, Section 1B, labor negotiations, to discuss strategy for labor negotiation, including negotiation strategies or developments, or discussion and review of labor negotiation proposals, and conducted pursuant to Section 179A, 01 to 179A25.
Is that a motion, Bob?
Yes, I'll move that.
Second?
Yeah,
Greg seconded. Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with the roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5.
Yep.
And so closed session at 11:55. And like before, I'll remove other folks to the waiting room and pull back from the waiting room when we get to that point. So one moment while I do that. One second as folks come back in. All right. By motion of Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Burns, and unanimously voted, closed session ended at 12:07, and back to regular meeting.
Okay.
Over to you, Commissioner Johnson.
I think we'll proceed to discussion items, administrative updates.
All right, I will forego any further updates. I did include in the original package the petition from the Wildcat folks related to the lottery, but I think we've talked that already. So I'll forego any other administrative updates, and I'll talk administrative stuff for this afternoon once you guys are done.
Okay, commissioner reports. Who would like to go first? Teresa?
Okay. I will try to make it quickly, or I'm not going to be there at 1 o'clock, let me tell you. We did have a extension meeting, and that budget, their budget should not be changing for 2021 because they are taking the 0% as far as any salaries and any changes. We have a library meeting coming up. I thought it was the 21st, but it's actually the 29th. And we're good. Bob and I are, as we explained at workshop, what our plan of attack was with negotiating with them. And it's very similar to, I don't have any changes on that at this point. I got a call from the fair board about possibly getting care money, even though they are considered nonprofit, but they're looking, evidently somebody told them that they were eligible for care money with some of their projects, with having the showcase at the fair time instead of a regular fair. I don't know if we have a way to check into that, maybe with the EDA.
Well, that wouldn't fall under EDA per se, unless the fair board as a nonprofit entity submitted an application. We will look at, that is one of the areas that's kind of up for debate, is what nonprofits can and can't be eligible for. So we'll continue to evaluate that. And I've got another session with AMC tomorrow morning. I'll raise that as a question.
Okay, sounds good. Well, also the Veterans Committee is going to officially close their books after they pay for the redoing of the monument out front. And do we need to do anything legally, Jeff? Could you check with Sam to see if there's any procedure or anything we have to sign to turn it all over to the county other than that resolution?
Okay, I think the resolution was enough, and Sam seemed to think so as well with that.
Can
But
I get a copy?
I'll
of
double
it?
check.
A copy?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, we had. Go ahead, Bob.
I'm just playing with my pencil.
And we did have a little incident. I told Eric about it yesterday, and Aaron, about somebody dropped off 2 box springs and a mattress and a bathtub or shower enclosure into our ditch across from our house here. And Dick and the neighbor hauled it to the dump. Took them, had to have a truck, of course, and had to pay $45 to dispose of it. So I don't know, that comes under some of Greg's issues too with, it was quite a mess there. But
I'll talk to Aaron about that. We typically have worked out with township officials that we don't charge the townships if they've cleaned something up out of the ditch. So
Dick said he questioned them, and whoever was working said, no, you need to pay. So we did, because what am I going to do with $2 springs mattress?
Yeah, well, that's something we'll handle at the staff level.
I did let the sheriff know, and also Aaron, and the township. So, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And that's all I have.
Bob?
Teresa talked about the library. Land use meeting was this morning. The other thing that I've been involved with is the Houston County Collaborative with the schools and whatnot with regard to, what they're doing with the monies that they get. But I'm not going to go into expound on it. That's good enough. That's all I got.
Jack?
Had a Hiawatha Valley meeting, and probably the biggest issue that they're dealing with is people with mental health issues that are not faring well by doing Zoom or other telephone. They'd like, they prefer and respond better to person-to-person contact. So
Are you
they're
referring to yourself, Jack, there? Or
I'm sorry, what?
are you referring to yourself? Or
Yeah. Well, I'm coming up again here because I didn't know where Teresa's driveway was, so I just dropped those things off.
Anything else, Jack?
No, otherwise, Hiawatha Valley is doing well, and we've kind of covered the Parks Committee. We'll deal with that again. We'll have to set a date soon here to deal with that.
Sounds good.
Greg?
Just that we've been working on the CARES Act, and then we got to talk, like Teresa said, about solid waste here pretty quick someday.
Yep.
I got to go to the bathroom, so we can't do it today.
Yeah, I don't have anything to bring up right now either. I was going to talk a little bit about the comprehensive land use plan and what is our intentions there on that. Are we just going to approve the one we have now because of this postponement, or what are we going to do there? I guess that's something for us to think about.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Okay.
All right. If there's nothing else, yep, you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, from an administrative standpoint, I'll ask the board for, I guess, closing comment and recess. But after that, what we will do is recess and then come back together at 1 p.m. down in the EOC for those that wish to appear live for that discussion. I think at least one is going to still be on Zoom, so the Zoom connection will still be up, and then we will have our three sessions with our three contractors that we're meeting with on the construction management contract, and then we will recess in between them. This same Zoom number, I'll have to shut it down temporarily while I go over to the other facility, but we will use this same room meeting number and ID to call back in and have the continuation of the meeting. So.
Okay, before we go to that, is there any more public comment by anybody? If not, then we agree to go to recess.
Jack, are you doing Zoom?
I am.
I probably should do that too. Okay.
That way you wouldn't have to speed, Teresa. I mean,
Yeah, all I need to do is we stop now and have another fine.
All right. Okay. Motion to recess, or just by consensus, right?
make that a motion, Bob, to recess, and then we'll second it.
We'll recess until 1 o'clock in the basement of the ECA.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got 3 seconds, so any more discussion, we'll proceed with roll call.
1, District 1.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
3.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
5.
Yep.
All right. Recessed at 12:16. Reconvene at 1 p.m.
And we're at the Justice Center, right?
Yep, basement of the Justice Center for those wishing to appear live. Yep.
Thank you. See you guys.
Let's reconvene the county board members. Okay. Yeah, that was, yeah, so now you can start. Okay. Let's reconvene the board. Is there a motion to reconvene? I'll make a motion to reconvene. Is there, okay. Motion made by Greg, seconded by Bob. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we can get started. And we'll proceed with Fowler and Hammer, I believe. Yes, thank you. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. First of all, thank everybody here for inviting Fowler and Hammer for this opportunity. My name is Eric Lehman. I guess let's do a quick introduction. Eric Lehman.
That's true. Andy Neubauer. Doug Ramsey, project manager, architect from HSR.
I'm Kyle Shaw, project architect from HSR.
Okay. I'm Drew from Caledonia.
I thought I recognized it.
So again, my name is Eric Lehman, vice president and co-owner of Fowler and Hammer. Just in the past few years, actually purchased the company from Sue Christopherson and Jim Fowler. And I know, Bob, you know Jim and Sue, and they're still really involved in the company. Just to give you a little bit of a background, Fowler and Hammer's been around for 57 years. We do a significant amount of work in eastern Minnesota and western Wisconsin. We're contractors, we're general contractors, construction managers, and we're self-performers. We do a lot of self-perform work as well. Just quick introduction of our team. For the Fowler and Hammer team, Andy Neubauer right over here. He would be our lead project manager. I provide support also with Dave Mighty. And then Matt Strube here is our general superintendent. And Matt would work directly with Chris Schollmeyer as our superintendent. He worked on a previous project in Vernon County as a superintendent. HSR?
We've been in business since 1953. I've been with HSR for 29 years. I was previously, Kyle and I both were previously involved in some of the earlier concepts back in 2009 is when we started on this project. So we like consistency in our company, longevity of employees, so we can see that we're still here, we're still active. Now we're trying to be the fresh set of eyes back on your project to bring that to completion. Next slide. Our team, myself being on top, principal in charge, project manager, Kyle right in the middle of our whole team. Our architectural and interior design team below that. And then on the left-hand side, what we think is what separates this team from all the other two is that we have an integrated mechanical, electrical, plumbing, all in-house at HSR with our architectural team. And us being about a block away from Fowler and Hammer, we don't think we can get much better for integration and coordination of a project. We do have two consultants on the team. Jim Lundberg from Point of Beginning is our civil engineer. They're located in Stevens Point, Wisconsin, and Wayne Vandenberg from R.A. Smith is our structural engineer. They're located in Madison.
So just real quick, I'm going to go through some of the services that we'll provide. I think most of the contractors you're going to talk today are going to provide similar services. I'm going to kind of give you a few things that distinguish us maybe a little bit different. So first of all, evaluate, come up with some project goals, evaluate the site options. We did a project that's very similar to this, had a lot of soil correction. We deal with projects that have a lot of soil correction, and Andy's going to go through that here in a little bit. What we did on that project cost. Assess the design options with HSR and the group, and then turn those options into construction and bidding documents. Again, we read some project costs from a similar, hey, how much does a truck wash? How much bulk fluids cost? We have really, really good information on that. Come up with a cost estimate if there's any proposed value engineering from other subcontractors. The other thing that I think sets us apart is our local subcontractor and suppliers that we work with. And, this project, all the sections will be publicly bid, but we have a big database of contractors who work all the time. Those contractors like working with us. We feel like we get more bids, more competitive bids, because we're a fair, honest contractor, and they like working with us. And if you know subcontractors, reach out to them and ask them about Color Hammer. Definitely think that sets us apart. We prepare competitive bids, and then present those bids to the highway shop, for the highway department, so they can pick. During construction, contract management, cost control, schedule updates, quality control, safety management, progress and budget updates. And like I said, I want to get to your project and talk about your project. These are typical services that a construction manager would provide. We have an online Procore construction management software. You guys could see all the documents, slides, and pictures. At the end of the project, we'll have closeouts, we'll do owner training, follow-up, 12 months, and any warranty items. So I think those are the very typical construction manager services. Matt, you want to talk a little bit about our presence in Houston County?
Yep, so you can see we have 36 employees that live, in Houston County, 18 of them live in Caledonia, so, a lot of our employees have a stake in the community here, and, a lot of them will be working on this project, so, and one of the things, we do self-perform a lot of our own trade work, so, like our iron or steel erection and masonry, other contractors don't really do that, so we self-perform a lot of that. So if we're award the job, that'd be a huge benefit to you.
Yeah, I think you guys will get more bids because you may not be relying on all subcontractors. We're going to provide one of those scopes. We're going to bid that no matter what. And we provide masonry and steel erection, which some of our competitors may not provide that. Andy, you want to go through the highway shop and kind of tell the Vernon County Highway Shop?
Yeah. So, I guess the real picture here you can see is about November, right when we started. And then I guess the one on the bottom here is about a week or so ago, and we got lucky and there's no trucks parked out front. Picture. Just some of the major highlights. Vernon County, so it took place in Viroqua. Approximately 50,000 square feet, almost $8 million. Very similar situation where we were presented a number budget up front, and we had to meet the goal, meet the task of designing a facility that would work for them within that budget, and essentially exactly what we did. As Eric, I guess, briefly mentioned, we had a significant amount of soil correction. And looking at the soil, log reports, looks like you guys are probably going to be in a similar situation. Here is a lot of local clay that we had to remove. The majority of the building footprint, as well as under a lot of the asphalt, we did about a 2-foot correction. So, and I guess I would encourage you to go and take a look at it. Paul Phil Hewitt, the highway commissioner, and see what he thought of how we did. And overall, it was a good project, and felt it was very successful. So, I guess so. We just wanted to kind of iterate the relationship that we have with HSR. Like Doug mentioned, we're literally a block away. Half the time we go back and forth. I debate whether I should drive or not, but usually do anyways. We walked yesterday. So, in my opinion, that's it's huge. Just the time frames that you guys have, the upfront collaboration, the having an architect and CM work together and being on the same page, I think is going to be huge. So here's just a quick list of some of the more recent projects that HSR and ourselves have done. So
this is long-lasting, strong relationship we have with HSR.
Which is ultimately why we chose them. So.
I just want to touch on the fee and general conditions quick. I know you guys already have all this information.
We would use the AIA 133 contract, pre-construction fee of $5,000, estimated project cost $5 to $6 million, and our construction management fee of 1.85%. And again, all this stuff is in here. I'm sure you guys have that. Today I don't think, we're not going to go through this in a lot of detail unless you have questions afterwards. But where we want to talk about more about the keys of making your project successful. Yeah, so you can take this. So yeah, just again with the time frame that we're dealing with, some of the soil issues it looks like, and just completing one very, very similar. In my opinion, the biggest thing is just going to be to day one hit the ground running. On the next slide, you'll see it sort of came up with a time frame to accomplish that. And again, in my opinion, that's sticking to that time frame is going to be huge. So then I guess bringing in HSR programming and doing sort of the initial design and meeting as a group with commissioners and Brian. I know you touched on this quickly, Doug, but the MEP design being in-house, again, I think is a great attribute that they're bringing to the table. Just, I can speak from past projects that architects don't have this. It can really slow things down. In this case, they're in-house and part of their group, so.
Especially because, it's a publicly bid project. It's nice to have good documents, good mechanical, electrical, plumbing documents that everyone can price fairly. We think having the in-house MEP design is definitely going to speed the project along and get competitive bids on that.
Sure. Just some of the ideas that just to briefly touch on that we thought it could potentially speed things up would be an early demolition, earthwork, and concrete foundation bid package. On one of the renderings, I could see where the building was laid out, and it looks like obviously your guys' your existing facility is going to have to go away first. So, getting that demolition done, there's not a lot of design that goes behind that. So that's just something, that we could put a bid package together for relatively quickly, get bid out. We know what it's going to cost. We subtract that from the bottom dollar, as well as earthworks and concrete foundations. Maybe try to get some of that going in before the ground freezes, before we're really, really into those winter months where we're spending more on winter conditions than we'd otherwise have to. So, and then I guess the other one I have here is the salt and gravel storage bid package. Again, that's from a design engineering standpoint is relatively simple, being as your guys' existing one. If the new building goes in that same location, goes away, that'd be something that we could hopefully have up, and then you guys could be using throughout the winter months. And yeah, so we'll go in there.
The Vernon County project, our idea there was to do a lot of the soil correction fall, winter, to eliminate the spring thaw mess. It's a clay site, and ultimately it paid off because that spring we probably wouldn't start putting foundations until June, and we had them in by March 1st or something like that. So it did pay it off, and I think it was kind of a unique way to do the project, I would say.
Sure. Did you guys do a salt and gravel storage for them too?
We did not.
Okay.
Theirs was on a separate site.
All right, yep. So this is the project schedule or kind of quick time frame that I have put together.
I just want to comment on your salt storage. We actually have, Fowler and Hammer has actually built salt storage buildings. We just did one in Fort McCoy. We've actually built them ourselves.
Okay.
We're very familiar with those as well.
All right. So then, yeah, I guess just to touch on some more keys here. Budget. I mean, we've all sat down and we've looked at what you guys want / kind of need here. comparing a lot of that and being so similar to Vernon County, you know, we have a lot of these costs. There's some ideas I think we have to get what you want, but to keep it within that dollar amount. There's a few things such as the truck storage area. We thought just to bring down some of that cost, we could switch that to a pre-engineered metal building rather than, you know, precast panels. I think we kind of all agreed that was sort of a must-have to keep it within that budget amount. And then we honestly did the exact same thing as Vernon County, just to keep it within their budget. And then just another quick, you know, sort of low-hanging fruit one would be, you know, maybe a little less site paving up front anyways, just maybe put more of those dollars into the building. So let's see here. So then, yeah, the coordination and phasing, as I mentioned before, assuming you guys are going to want this, your guys' salt shed up if possible by winter. You know, we're going to work with you as best we can to try to keep all your operations as normal as they can be for, you know.
Is there an option to use other salt storage buildings throughout the county?
Well, we have satellite shops for that already, right?
Yeah, we have other sites. I mean, is it as efficient as being right here in Caledonia, current site? No. And we get by for winter. Yeah, we do the same sort of
Yeah, and then again, just assuring the day-to-day operations, you know, you guys can sufficiently, you know, keep those going. And however, we got to work with you to make that happen. We're definitely willing to do that. And yeah, I guess then the last thing I'd like to touch on is, again, just going back to Vernon County. You know, that just recently, really just recently finishing that. I mean, I feel like we have great cost data. You know, we worked out a lot of kinks that maybe on the design side of things up front could have been caught better. You know, going into this, we know what to look for. And
for example, like truck wash. I think we had some learning experience there, and I think we have a good idea what the county wants for a truck wash. Maybe your county's a little bit different, but hey, if we can drive up to the door and the door opens versus somebody getting out, opening the door, drive in, put the door down, things like that, those options that, hey, this really does pay off. I think we can bring those items to the table. And then our experience, like we mentioned with HSR, in Falls, with a lot of proven projects, for sure.
And then one other thing, our superintendent had a conversation with him this morning, Chris Schollmeyer, who did the Vernon County shop, which is very similar to this. He said, I learned a lot from there. I think there's a lot of things I could do to really make it more efficient around than what I did on that one, just from the basics, the learning and stuff.
Did you got a good process?
yeah, I mean, and honestly, you go all day on, you know, the little tweaks that you know were originally, you know, I guess in the design. Just a real quick one to touch on again. The fuel island. I mean, the fuel island that was supposed to go in, I think, was about $280,000. You know, it was a 12,000 gallon diesel, a 2,000 gallon gas, and a 1,000 gallon depth tank. We ended up, and those are underground tanks. We ended up just going strictly with a diesel tank. They were able to get their fuel adjacent Quick Trip cheaper than what they could have purchased it for. So in the end, I mean, that was a, you know, $200,000 savings going from one above ground tank to a, you know, a little bit more complex diesel gas depth system that was all underground. And
we worked with a local vendor to get that.
And we did, yeah. So again, it's those little things like that that I think we're going to bring to the table, and we can show you guys a lot of ways to, you know, save a significant amount of money. So
Just guys, go ahead.
I'm just curious, the truck wash, is there, in counties, is that a fully automated one, or is this a manual?
It is fully automated. So right now, you roll up, everybody's got a key fob card,
You hit the opener, door comes open, pull your truck in. The first set of eyes senses the truck. The first set of sprayers come on. You roll forward, the next sensor. So yeah, it is fully automated. And the last, sensor opens the door. And it's, I think, a 50 or 55-second wash cycle, start to finish. So yeah, it is that had to be a spendy one. Then. Yeah, I want to say just the truck wash itself, I was in the 150, 160,000. Okay. I mean, that obviously with the structure.
I think there's models that cost twice that much.
Yeah.
But I think what they did, was economical and they made a lot of sense.
Yeah, and there's a lot. You can add more. I mean, we had it did flush the underbody. There's more complex, I think, underbody flush systems than what Vernon County got. But yeah, there was a lot more add-ons that could have been done.
But you could always do all your utilities and hookups for future installation of the system, right?
Right.
Just making sure that you got enough width, right?
Yeah,
right. Yeah, exactly.
When they have the wing on the side, their truck's a little wider.
For sure.
I guess, I don't know, Doug, you got anything to add? Otherwise, questions?
Well, some of the images up here, we just took a shot. We actually modeled your existing design. I'll call it the Barrientos design as of right now. And we just changed some roof pitches and some of the massing to make it simpler and we think more economical. And changed some of the materials to more metal panels and pre-engineered metal and gave you a little bit of that the courthouse kind of old historic look just on the corner. So that's kind of your pretty architecture right there on the corner. And then just did some of the canopies in orange just as they were highway shop. And just to give you a perspective on something that could be done very quickly to give you a visual of what it could be to maybe make this project a little more economically feasible or what your budget might be.
What questions you guys have? Go ahead, Bob.
One of the things you said earlier was the existing building demolition first, which would mean that for a year we'd have to find outside sources someplace to put everybody as far as the office staff, engineering and whatnot else.
Did it show it a little bit off?
Yeah.
Really close.
I mean, depending on exactly where it went, I mean, it does look like the building probably could stay. Just the front part, the office part, the back one that protrudes out there, that probably would have to be lobbed off. Right. Yeah, I mean, it looked just again where it was positioned. It looked very close. Yeah. And depending on how deep some excavations are, would probably determine how much of the building. But
I mean, leaving up part, taking part down, and then coming back to take that's some jacking around with what that cost.
Yeah.
The question being, if we can put up the building, if we can work around it to put up the building and leave everybody in there and take that down after the fact, I guess that kind of goes to you guys.
I think if you look at some of our projects, even on a project list, you can see some pretty extensive interior remodels, at, some of the healthcare facilities, and not necessarily, highway shops or anything like that, but schools and healthcare facilities who come up with pretty unique phasing plans to be able to kind of work around scenarios like that. So definite possibility to.
Yeah, I think
there's like shift in the building.
I mean, the building's not there. You can move the building a little bit.
Yeah. What we would want, I don't think anybody would want, is to build half the new building and then move people over. No. Construction will just drag out whatever the cost associated every month.
I'm just looking at the convenience of the trucks and the employees having their site and not being, moving them to a fairgrounds building that's not very well accommodating as far as what we need.
Sure. Yeah, I think it can be accommodated.
I just think we just have to have enough spacing so that if we have the soil correct.
Right.
Yeah. You could be down, you gotta have a 45-degree angle. I don't think you want to put sheet piling up around.
No.
Right, and if the building has just shift slightly, something that's definitely feasible.
Other questions you guys have? Otherwise, we can talk about soil correction a little bit.
Jack and Teresa, anything from you?
No, I'm very impressed with a lot. I've been writing a lot of notes here, so thank you.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine. I live right down the road from Jim Fowler, so I can always ask him.
Can't be in Montana this weekend.
He's always walking his dog, so I'll just watch for him.
With regard to the fuel island, that's with the canopy?
So originally we were going to, just, I guess, I don't say how the cards fell out. They decided against it, just, they wanted to spend the money on other things.
Okay.
So yeah, we originally were going to, but no, we ended up, we'll call it value engineering that out of the project. With the hopes that, and we did the fuel island in such a way that the foundation for the canopy could be put in at a later date on both sides of it. So they still have the option. We did run, we ran power conduit out to it for the lighting. But
On your estimated cost, how much paved surface area did you anticipate as far as that's one of the things you said was you could eliminate some of that.
So yeah, on the estimated cost that was in your pamphlet, I actually put everything in. I tried to make it as accurate as possible for what the the preliminary design you had in the proposal.
Okay.
I do think that the soil correction, and as that gets really analyzed, it's probably going to take some of those items that, hey, I wish we had, but I don't know. I don't know if we can get it. I don't know if we can get the canopy over top of Fuel Island. And on soil correction, we looked at them, and there's 17,000 yards potentially that might have to get replaced. So I don't know, 15, 20 bucks a yard, it'd be 300 grand. Then it did talk about, I think it was rammed aggregate piers.
Yeah, the aggregate piers, there's other options, other than soil correction.
And that's good for the building, but what about the building foundation? If we're doing under the whole building foundation, and then we're doing this 8-inch thick reinforced slab, the slab could cost you, with the piers, it could be $150,000. So I think that's probably the biggest unknown here is what that soil correction, and I think whatever contractor gets on board, that really needs to be analyzed to make sure that the correct amount of dollars are carried for it.
So you talked about piers. Is that the design is to use piers, or are we going down to the heart?
Well, if you look at the soils report and log, it looked like it gave you the option to go either way. I think that'd be something you really want to dive into right out of the gate at the start of this to what's going to be the most cost efficient, because that's ultimately going to decide.
Because it showed some of the, I'm going to say it wrong, the Lessel soils, which is the wind-driven deposit soil, is up to 16 feet in certain areas. So the overall soil correction from Braun mentioned 10 feet of soil correction. So 39,000 square feet times 10 feet, that's how you come up with your yardage. Now, could you go down there and find spots where, hey, it's not as deep because they're gonna follow that run of the soil? Could you find spots where it's way deeper? For sure. But that's what's tough about the aggregate piers is you're gonna have to put a grid system across that whole building foundation and then build a structural slab on top, which, unless you just lived with some settlement of the slab, that has happened too.
But that's aggregate piers you're talking about, not like a steel pier.
Correct. Yeah, they basically auger or ram the pipe, and then they're going to fill it with aggregate and vibrate it.
Just because I thought somebody might ask that question, they basically they auger a hole, they shove the big vibrator right down the hole, and they dump rock down in the hole, and they vibrate, piers coming up. Yep. There's a good picture here somewhere.
And we would and could get pricing on something like this, again, to cost compare, they're going to say one way or the other.
But the question about longevity too, as far as the design and if it's.
Well, I don't like whenever there's some settlement.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, that sounds like a farmer. I can get it. You can handle something.
I grew up on a farm. There's a lot of farms. There's a lot of flat settlement on the farm. But, I think even, in the salt shed area, which that one was a 4-foot correction, right? but it's like, hey, we're gonna spend $100,000 correcting the soil for maybe an inch of settlement. I don't know, you know, those are just options people need to weigh. But that's, sometimes the idea is to go right on the building foundation, the exterior wall, and build in all the column pads and put these aggregate piers in so the structure doesn't go long cracks, you know, 5 years later. But then you gotta weigh the option with the slab. And sometimes if we'll just go on the slab and we're just gonna put 3-4 feet of structural fill, sand, whatnot, under the building slab so you can minimize that risk. So, but whatever, if you read any soils report, they never ever say there's no settlement. I mean, they always say there's 3/4 of settlement, up to 3/4, and differential settlement of a 1/2 inch, you know. You just have to weigh those options.
Nature takes its course. What was the number on the yards again?
Well, we just did simple math on what the soil report came up with, and we were around 17,000 yards.
15, 17, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I thought there's a local sand area to take materials.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we know that on that other project, they talked about possibly hauling out of Lansing for free, but then you got the trucking.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of it comes down to adjacencies, the cost per square yard, what, you know, how far away they're trucking, whatever that replacement.
We're doing a project.
Facility.
Yeah, we're doing a project in Lanesboro right now, and I know there was struggling to find sand very close. But that's ultimately the, you know, the soil corrections, we're really going to analyze it, and then unfortunately, what are some of the items that we may have to eliminate on the project to get within their budget?
And just, again, one more quick, I guess, note on that, just because this is exactly what we did at Vernon County. To get rid of this Russell, we was Chosen Valley in that project, but, you know, there's an on-site rep for them, you know, literally there every day watching the excavation, checking, you know, are we down, do we get down and get rid of the Russell? I mean, the soil borings tell you a lot, but until you know, you're really digging the hole, seeing exactly where it is. I mean, it could be less, you know, I think we did an average of 10 feet, but I guess it could be slightly more.
I think on that project, you know, here's the building pad, and I think they kind of found it kind of going at an angle. So this was all part of the excavator's base bid, and then we carried an allowance of
I think we had 170 million used.
$170,000, you know, where they would go off to find this run of that soil. Other questions that have?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. This is Jack Miller. In the wash bay, will it be a metal wall, but would you use any precast or anything on the bottom up, say, 2-3 feet?
In the case of Vernon County, it was precast. You know, for your particular project, it would most likely be precast as well.
The durability of precast, when we go to Quick Trip, right? And they're a masonry concrete structure for durability. And it's a big hole, right? You're putting a big truck through that truck wash.
Okay. Second question: Have you used Houston County subs on jobs?
Yeah, for example, Vernon County, Winona Controls was the HVAC contractor for that particular project. So
we would go out and try to get as much interest as we can locally, you know, and in throughout the Midwest to make sure we get you guys competitive pricing, and then let you analyze that pricing once we get it all in, so we can see where the numbers fall.
Thank you.
Brian, yeah, two questions. I know I'm going to drag this out for about 2 hours discussion, but one is, you know, with the budget that's been given, do you think that'll fall within our project? And then the second one is, when you get timing over the next couple of months for meetings, how much communication involved between yourself or Cache County to make sure you get off and going quickly?
Doug, do you want to talk about the schedule right away and what you guys would expect right away? Because, you know, if we're going to start tomorrow, I think you talked about, hey, you're going to kind of take this conceptual design and make sure this group is good with it, and then what's going to happen?
Yeah, we're anticipating that the floor plan is pretty much set. So we're going to start building that in our software for construction documents. But in the meantime, we do want to have a kickoff meeting just to say, hey, let's meet with each department. Let's go through room by room to make sure that we've got your needs there. And at the same time, we want these guys checking on the cost, just for Brian's question, because we don't want to get halfway through the construction documents and then Fowler and Hammer comes back and says it's going to be $7.5 million. And you say, well, we can't do that, so we got to lop off space. So we want to be working hand in hand with planning and cost estimates right along the ways. But we probably like to meet every couple of weeks actually with this group or Brian and his staff or somebody, just to get, as we progress through the construction documents, the questions that come up. They don't have to be long meetings, but initially they probably will be the first couple. But initially, as we get rolling, they might be just kind of a sign off for on different areas that we've completed, whether it's the exterior look or we'll bring in our consultants, obviously, for site planning, you know, traffic flow, truck flow, all that kind of stuff. That's pretty much right up there with building floor plans. So
I think, you know, initially we would meet and say, you know, what do you want? What do you need? You know, we price all your wants, see what that comes in at, and then from there, you know, we maybe sort of cherry pick the, you know, maybe go into a cheaper fuel island, whether it's a little less expensive truck wash. You know, maybe that's not the case for any of them, but that's just typically sort of how that goes.
We're anticipating your wants is what's on paper right now in terms of a floor plan and a site plan layout. Now that, you know, probably the exterior wall height, those are probably a want. But what that looks like on the outside of some of the roof geometry, which we've shown here, those are the things we might be tweaking to make it more economical to build. But we're going to start with that floor plan and site plan as our spring off point to get this project going.
And so I guess to answer your budget question a little more clear, I mean I feel like I did a pretty in-depth, you know, upfront initial budget on this, bounced it off of, you know, costs from other projects, and I think it's doable. But like I said, I think there's some things in the building side of things that would definitely have to change, such as the truck wash going to a pre-engineered instead of, you know, truck storage rather, going pre-engineered metal building rather than, you know, an all precast. I think it'd be pretty hard or pretty tough to stay within that if we kept it as is.
And I think the paved surface is all done too.
Yeah, that'd be a big one.
We think there's going to have to be give and take on that to get it within. Hopefully that helps answer the question.
When you talk about the concrete wall versus the metal wall, goes back to what Jack had said about it. Would the metal wall sit on a concrete short walls? I mean, the salt that we deal with and whatnot,
a curb. Yeah, so you have, you know, your typical foundation, your pre-engineered metal building, you know, supports that sit on that. How we handled it in Vernon County, we just did a liner panel 8 feet tall around the entire perimeter of the pre-engineered metal building. They spray their trucks off when they bring them in for storage. That 8 foot allows, you know, for that water to fly around, you know, hit the panel and go down, rather, you know, it's not sitting on a simple saver liner or insulation or
the panel is made of.
It just be
painted metal.
Yeah, painted.
You could also just bring the foundation wall up an extra 6 inches. You could do, you know, that would help.
That's what I'm addressing here, is just to keep the salt water off of the metal so it doesn't rust.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in some places they put masonry up, you know, 4 feet kind of to prevent that. You know, there's cost associated with that as well.
it's a design issue, I'm sure, so.
That's where the design and the cost, that we work hand in hand to get you what you want, but still something.
Keep you within budget, okay.
At the end of the day, I think the county, the contractor, and the architect are gonna have to work together to get the project within the budget. That's the simplest way.
It's not $500,000 sitting there as swap money, right?
That's called soil correction. I don't, maybe I'm 500, no, I didn't.
Well, that seems to be the big one for me, is the soil correction. I mean, that's the unknown.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that the level soils that are down there, just from experience, it's not like, well, maybe we just build right over top of it. I mean, you talk to a geotechnical engineer, there's absolutely no way. When that stuff gets wet, it has zero bearing capacity. So it's, my dad built a manure pit, and he tried to tell him, like, I don't think this is a big deal. And they said, no, it's a big deal. I'll try my first experience with that. You have to fix it. So that means, geez, we don't want to do that because the buildings fly back. How deep is it at that point?
Yep.
Well, I think we're at 45 minutes here. So.
Well, I thank you guys for coming, being the first ones up here and going through the technology.
Yeah,
that's my first.
Yeah, we appreciate the opportunity and feel like we have a good team and definitely be excited to make that.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, perfect. Well, to start, thank you very, very much for having us. A little bit of a strange, unique situation here. Seeing you guys all spread out a little bit, wearing the mask, but, fully understand that we need to do what we need to do. So, by way of introduction, and I apologize to the two on Zoom, we have not provided you with the place maps that are in front of the folks who are here that identify who we all are. So as we start speaking, we'll quickly introduce ourselves so that you know who's speaking at the moment. My name is James Hankey. I'm with Market & Johnson. We're a construction management and general contracting firm, and I do our business development.
My name is Mike Seiker. I'm a vice president in the company, a partner in the company, and I've been there for 29 years, and I run our La Crosse office.
Tyler Schultz, I'm project manager in La Crosse. I've been there for 12 years now.
Josh Dabrowski, site superintendent, and I've been in market for a little over 10 years.
And I'm Norman Barrancos, architect, Barrancos Design and Consulting. I work on the schematic design package for it.
Okay. So I was thinking maybe we should introduce ourselves. So
Sure, go
my
ahead.
name is Eric Johnson. I'm from the District 2 in Houston area.
Excellent.
I'm Bob Burns, District 3 from the Caledonia area. Eric is our board chairman, by the way.
I'm Greg Murray from District 5.
Jack Miller, I'm District 1, the La Crescent area.
Teresa Walter, District 4, La Crescent area.
Okay, thank you.
And then Brian Wilkerson, county here, and then Jeff Babinski, county administrator.
All right, perfect.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, very helpful. So, thought we'd start with a little bit of a company background on Market & Johnson. I mean, I'm assuming some of you may be familiar with some of our work throughout the region, but we're a construction management and a general contracting firm, and we've been doing this since 1948, so for 72 years. Throughout western Wisconsin and eastern Minnesota. We have offices located in La Crosse. Mike, of course, is one of our owners, runs the La Crosse office. We also have an office up in Eau Claire, and then we have an office over in Oakdale in Minnesota. Our annual construction volume is right around $340 million a year. And we do a wide range of projects, schools. We do a lot with local units of government, both counties and municipalities. We do a significant amount of work with universities, both in Wisconsin and in Minnesota. We do a substantial amount of manufacturing work, food processing work. So we have a lot of experience across a diverse array of industry segments. And some of you may be familiar, the ENR puts out a annual report that highlights the top 400 firms in the United States by construction volume. We vary on that a little bit. This year we were 283, one of the only firms in this area that was even on that list. One of the things we're really proud of, 85% of our customers in a given year are repeat customers. We value the development and maintenance of quality relationships with the people that we do work with, and that translates to continual work with those clients year after year. A good example is La Crosse County, where we've done the last 5 government projects they've had there in the county. And 90% of our work is construction management. So it's us basically starting a project very much like we are now, usually minus the mask and the social distancing. But, it's us, interviewing for a project, outlining our value proposition, and then sitting alongside of the architectural firm during design, managing that project from beginning all the way through to the end. And for us, award-winning service is something that we're very proud of. We've been the AGC Contractor of the Year and have also won the Business Ethics Award. So that's a little bit about us as a firm.
I could add one more thing, that the work at La Crosse County was handled by Tyler and myself.
Yeah, very true.
Yes, Norman Baranco, and I'm the owner of the company. And Baranco Design has been around for 23 years, and we focus on one thing: garage service, fleet, highways, city public works garage. That's 90% of our work. So we're specialists in this area. We go through the whole cycle of planning, building design, and construction. We take our projects, our clients through the decision making to a wide variety of very specific materials and equipment and assemblies just for the garages. And that's what we have focused our company on. Marriage, a firm that obviously heard about their extensive CM. We're very extensive in garage design. That's our background. And all of my staff are specialized in this field. I put them to the ringer, get them on a garage, and I teach them the ropes. And so I've got a whole cadre of design professionals working on this. And throughout our process, we have worked a lot, and mainly with counties and cities, local governments. And we understand a lot about field operations and storage and crews and yard facilities, as well as the costs, and working with the CMs on that. And we've done a lot of CM projects. In fact, all of our garages for the last 12 years have been CM delivered. And so we have worked effectively with CMs to understand the team relationship and their values that they bring.
Perfect. So we responded to the RFP. We've given you a pretty extensive look at who we are, and knowing that you guys, I'm sure, have done your homework and read through that, I did not want to waste your time reiterating or going over what we already have in the RFP. So, given that we have about 15 minutes for the presentation, what I thought I'd do is we would go through what we consider to be the top 5 reasons why we think that Markin & Johnson and Barrientos is the right team for you on this project. And first and foremost on that is the ability to design the budget. And we'll talk a little bit more about each one of these as we're going through. Second, commitment to meeting the project timeline. We understand that there's value in time. Time is money. And we have a commitment to meet that. Project phasing to maintain operations during construction. Not something that we're all that unfamiliar with, and we understand that's something that's very important to you as well, and we believe that we have a viable plan that will bring you to that. Our experience and depth of resources, I think is going to be second to none in this project, and I think that translates to a substantial amount of value for you as a county and your county taxpayers as well. And then lastly, communication and support. We think that it's very critical that throughout the process that we're actively engaging with your staff, with your county board members, and with the general public, the taxpayers, or ultimately those individuals accountable and responsible for forking over the dollars that are necessary to get this project done. And we'll talk with you a little bit about how we approach that as well. So, first thing, designing the budget. Your RFP indicated that you're looking at a $5 to $6 million budget for the project. We assumed that you were looking at probably a facility at about $5.5 million, with some additional dollars necessary for FF&E. And frankly, we think your budget is very obtainable. We're going to have to balance some needs and some wants, but that's what construction management and working with a quality architectural firm is all about. It's about identifying and quantifying what your needs and your wants are so that you, as the deciders, have the ability to make quality and informed decisions. And frankly, we do that all the time. And part of the way that we do that is through substantial budgeting accuracy. As we're going through iterations of the design, we are constantly updating the budget, making sure that we understand where the components are, where things are falling in terms of cost, so that we're designing to the budget that you have and not allowing the design to drive the budget. That's not the way we want it to work. We also have a substantial amount of experience in value engineering. So we keep and you probably saw it in the RFP, we keep a really comprehensive list of all of the different options that we're going to look at. We're going to quantify what those options are, and then we use a very simple green, yellow, red system. And green means good, that's go. That's a value engineering option we're going to adopt. Yellow means that's an option that we're going to consider, and red means, James, that was the dumbest option I've ever heard. Never bring that one up again, please. That's cool. We get those sometimes. So, I think the point that we really want to make here is we think your budget's obtainable, and we think we're the right team to drive the value to get you to that with the best product available.
And on that second point, Marango has been with the county on various iterations of the design. I've talked a lot with your staff and with some of your board members as well as to what are your desires in this operationally, what can be compact, what can screen better, what's your flow, what's your seasonal shift. And we've already had some discussions on different construction assemblies, the layouts. So there's already been a series of decisions that have gotten to this point. And so moving forward, we're just going to go. And we're going to quickly focus on a solution that meets the budget and get on schedule.
Yeah. And I wanted to highlight the quote here. The Polk County is a highway facility that Barry Entos designed. We were the construction manager on, took place a couple of years ago. And I think it's a testament for the type of approach that we can bring to the table for you and the value that this team can bring to the table. We were $1 million under budget. So when we rolled up that guaranteed maximum price, it was $1 million less than, what the county had anticipated. And then during the construction process, we didn't touch the contingency at $512,000. So not only did we bring the value of the project in at the budget they were expecting, we ended up seeing an additional $1 million reduction, and we never went anywhere near the contingency. So I think just a real testament to the value that we can drive into this kind of a project.
All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about schedule we put together for this overall project. It does include some of the design criteria and all the time and the budgeting and all that upfront front end time that we have to put in, getting the budgets correct, the design, working with everyone on there. As he stated, they have done a lot of upfront footwork, I would say, with this, so that should really help condense the design portion of it to get this project moving forward and quicker and hand it over to the owner sooner than later, like you guys would like. The way we kind of looked at it, in the next slide, we'll have a slide showing some of the phasing, kind of how we're stepping through it. But the key is with it is kind of phasing your facility, the build of it, making you guys usable for the site that you have, the building you have, keep you up and running, keeping as minimal downtime as you have for your facility that you're now occupied in. The way we kind of looked at doing it is doing the self-storage this fall. So the design would go through after, approval of whoever's going to go forward with it. and then start construction with the salt this fall. Try to get that thing done so you guys can relocate, and then let's say the building side of it would be next in the winter, and then kind of going through and wrapping everything up by September, I think, of 21. Is that the
end of September 2021, we've gotten you into the building. And maybe this would be a good time. I think the phasing plan that we'll show you next, I think will really highlight where we're headed on the schedule side. So I'm going to flip to that slide.
Obviously, the schedule would be fluid, working with, the county on everything that they need to be, but this gives you a good idea. I think that we have a very achievable schedule, and that we can get your building turned over hopefully sooner than others are presenting to you guys.
And as I said earlier, like the salt shed, we've collected various salt sheds in the past. We use a lot of vendors like Salt Storage and Dealer. We've been through their specs, their product line. We can quickly bring to you here what we think are the best product lines, and you can see the features and help you make decisions quickly and appropriately so we can keep on schedule.
Yeah, and one thing with schedule too, obviously, we're thinking the whole time about costs also with this too. Obviously, yes, we could start, get pushing through stuff through winter, but there's obviously winter costs and conditions and all that stuff. So that's in line with how we kind of phase and build the schedule too. That's a big key factor of that schedule driven.
Absolutely. I'll transition over to the phasing side, and Josh, if you want to touch base on this.
I'm Josh, I'll be the site superintendent. Quick history. I did grow up in the area, Houston. Spent a lot of time in Houlton. I currently reside in Rushford, so I'm local. I was great in the area. And spent a lot of time on active sites, mine sites. So we've been up and running and operating that while we're constructing on the mines. And then also quite a few quick trip projects, new and remodeled. So I've worked with the general public and continue to keep the site open as we were building it. This particular project, I believe we've got to drill down into 5 phases. We're going to look at relocation of the impound shed to start off with, and then construct the phase 1 will be the building of the new salt shed. Phase 2, we look like we're going to demo the existing salt shed up there in green. Yep, right there. Phase 3 is the construction of the new facility. That'll run roughly from January to August. Phase 4, demo of the existing primary buildings. And then phase 5, and that will be the construction of the fuel station islands.
Yeah, and so like I was kind of hinting at a little bit about this, is that we're trying to phase this without disrupting your everything going on site, trying to keep the salt, thinking the time of season, summer activities, winter activities, everything that you guys need there. Try to build that. Same thing, leave the building going as long as we can and keep you in there, and then build the building and change over and then tear everything down and get kind of site prepped up and cleaned up and kind of hand it off and turn over to the owner. So
I think we're also looking at phasing this with an eye on bidding as well. The reality is that, subcontractors make up a vast majority of the total budget that's going to be involved in this. And what we're seeing right now, and we think we'll end up continuing to see through January and even into February, is a very tight bidding market. And I think that one of the things that we've looked at with this is positioning bidding for the main building in particular to take place at a time where there's really going to be a heightened desire on the subcontractor side to be very aggressive on the pricing. So another focus that we've really put into this to make sure that we're adding some additional value as we're going through that design process. Okay. So we've gone through 3 reasons. The 4th one we think is our experience and our depth of resources. We as a firm at Markin & Johnson have done over 40 major county projects. We'll be doing the new jail in Winona. I indicated we've done the last 5 projects. These 2 gentlemen have done the last 5 projects for La Crosse County. We've been doing county work for Eau Claire County since 1974. So I think that experience in terms of county projects is really going to translate into value, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next slide as we focus on communication. And
well, yeah, the 60 garages that we've talked about, a lot of those are built projects. And so I've been, and a lot of them have been for counties and municipalities. So we always have a tight budget on these projects. And so we've been able to balance highway operation performance needs versus a budget that's been set and get those two in balance. And I have a whole portfolio of highway garages that operate wonderfully. You might have been the one in Vernon County across the river that was recently completed. That went through extensive value engineering. And we'll bring a lot of that experience for your benefit so we can make good quality decisions. And that's going to be important, what we decide to do in the design process. So you meet your budget, but you also have a highway garage that's going to last for decades and operate now.
Yeah. And I think, you know, another key element that we bring to the table in terms of value is, you know, our firm has a dedicated pre-construction department. A lot of firms will rely exclusively on their project managers to do the budgeting. We are not built like that and do not want to do that. We have a pre-construction team that will be specifically assigned to this project that will work in conjunction with Tyler as the project manager to go through the budgeting and work with the value engineering. You know, and given that 90% of our work is construction management, you know, it was a necessity on our side to, you know, build that pre-construction department, but we've really seen the value that it creates for our clients. You know, the amount of data and information that we're able to bring to bear on projects such as this is literally second to none, and it leads to substantial budgeting accuracy so that when we get to bid day, there aren't surprises. And that's exactly what we need to be looking for in a project like this. And then, you know, I think the highway facility experience that we bring, both in terms of the builds that we've done, the work that Norman and Barrientos has done on the design side, is something that's really going to translate to value for you here in this project.
Right, and there are a lot of critical design decisions and tolerances and dimensions and products you're going to have to pick as you finalize the design. Even before we left it off, things like specifying the floor treatment, and the frames, the trench frames, bridge cranes, even the type of overhead door that we use, or where we put point source ventilation. It's all critical that it works well. We want a building that every room is designed that it will perform as it's designed. There aren't any surprises, and if anything, our company has accumulated a lot of field knowledge. Seeing the garages operate, we go back and talk to the engineers, and we see what works better, what's integrated into the next garage. So we have numerous garages where we're going to apply to your garage design.
Yep. So, lastly, communication and support. You know, I think at times this is something that firms can take for granted, but it has a substantial amount of value, and it's something that we put a lot of time, effort, and attention into. You know, we do BIM modeling for the project. Norman works in Revit, so for us, translate that over to the BIM model is very simple to do because we've made the strategic investment. That gives us clash protection, flash point protection. It also gives us that 3D representative model of the project, which leads to fewer change orders and a much more efficient build process. In addition, I think we're the only firm that's using 24/7 communication through Procore. And, you know, people take that for granted in terms of, you know, the ability to, you know, respond to RFIs, you know, continually move forward with the project and keep things moving. There are a lot of inquiries that need to go from the client, being you guys, to the architect, back to us, and vice versa. And we want to make sure that process moves incredibly smoothly. So, you know, we've invested in and work with communication tools that we think are very effective and really lead to a much more efficient process. Yeah, sure.
Mark and Johnson have been the only PM firm that we've worked with that has used this program, and our architects love it. It makes life so much easier for everybody.
everything's on the cloud, we're tracking the cost drawings, we're tracking who picked it up, who's reviewing it, where it is, who made comments, who made changes. And we found it cuts our amount of time, it cuts the amount of your time to review everything. It makes the construction go faster, and it corrects any delays, and who's on it. And I think they had a more quality project. So this technology they have is really a superb enhancement to the process.
Thank you. Speeds up our communication time.
Yeah. Absolutely. The other area on the communication side where we invest a lot of time is making sure that our county board members are in the know. You know, to me, if I were a county board member, the last thing I would want is for somebody, you know, who happened to hear something on the street, think they know something about the project that they either don't necessarily know or that they know and you as a county board member don't. So we're going to invest the time and effort and energy into making sure that as county board members, you guys are consistently aware of what's going on with the project. And we do that in two ways. You're going to get a weekly project update during construction. That update is going to talk about what's happened in the previous week, what's happening in the current week, and then a 5-week look ahead so that you have a good sense of where this project is headed and how it's tracking to budget, how it's tracking in terms of the timeline. The other thing that we're going to do, and this will really be Mike's role as one of the owners of our company and the principal in charge here, you know, he'll be working with Tyler and you'll see an executive monthly report. Sometimes we come to the board meetings and deliver those to the board. If the board members don't want us there, sometimes we just simply deliver those and they're passed out at the board meeting. They're somewhat similar to the placemats that are in front of you, except that, you know, it's a little bit more verbiage in terms of an update with some pictures of what's going on. And then lastly, you know, we know that you guys have constituents here in the county and they're going to have, you know, they're going to be wondering what the heck's going on with this project, how are things moving along with the project. And, you know, we do a variety of things, you know, to work with the public on communication. You know, we do drone footage, so we'll fly the site on a monthly basis and give you a really good sense of visually what's happening there. We can put that into a YouTube link. You can put that onto the county website. You know, over in Freeborn Mauer, we're building their new electric cooperative. We actually worked with them to build an entire page on their website that's dedicated specifically to the construction of their corporate headquarters. So, you know, we have a variety of people on staff, myself included, with communications background, who have that ability to help you out and really add some value so that you're communicating the project. And frankly, as county board members, it saves you from, you know, Edna giving you a call at 9 o'clock at night asking you what's going on with the project, you know, because they can go and see exactly what's going on with this, that, or the other thing.
I'd like to add one thing to the executive report. So it can be in a few different ways, right? It could be in this form of, like James says, and we would have that placement anyway. And on some of our projects where the owner's more active, more involved, you'll have a committee that wants to be part of the project, but we call it an OAC meeting where we have the owner, the architect, and the contractor involved in the same meeting. And it's actually very informative. We're going through and bringing you up to speed on where we sit with the budget, where we sit with the schedule, if there's any kind of issues, if there's any kind of RFI information that we need to deal with. We're going through all of those, and we do it on a monthly basis, and some of them we even do it on a bi-weekly basis, depending on the time frame of the job and what's going on, because there are times of the job where there's a lot of information passed, and we need to make sure we stay on schedule. So we schedule them as a bi-weekly basis, so we get the answers, get them back to the guys in the field so they can build the building.
Yep. So basically, gone through our 5 reasons. You know, why us? I think that we're going to be able to drive the project to the budget. And as we roll that project up and get the bids back and deliver a guaranteed maximum price, we're very confident that we're going to be in the budget range that you guys have provided in terms of guidance on the RFP. You know, we think our experience substantially translates to value. that will be, realized by Houston County throughout the project. Another area that I think is really important is we have proven processes to bring local subcontractors to the table on the project. I indicated a little bit earlier, a vast majority of, the components of this project and the vast majority of what we do as a company, as construction managers, is manage local subcontractors. And we've developed proven ways to educate, well, number one, make them aware, local subcontractors aware of the opportunity, educate them on the opportunity. We hold open houses on a regular basis to bring local subcontractors in, share information about the project, and we want to make sure that, we are giving local subcontractors the best options possible to, go ahead and bid for, compete, and earn the opportunity to work on the project. Anecdotally, I'll give you a really good example. When we did Polk County, there were two firms in Polk County. Polk County is a little bit smaller. There were two firms in Polk County that did site work. Neither one of them were big enough to do the site work on this project. So they came to the contractor open house. They kind of realized that individually they weren't going to be able to bid on this. Toward the end of the open house, they're both in the corner talking to one another. And the next thing you know, when bid day comes, we have a bid from both of them combined working on the project, and it worked out wonderfully. So just as an example. I think also, the depth of resources that we've really tried to highlight here. We have substantial government experience, Barry-Until Springs, that extensive highway facility experience to the table. And I think that's going to translate to a substantial amount of value for you as a county. And lastly, at the end of the day, we deliver when it matters most. We've been in business for 72 years. Repeat clients are 85% of the people who come through our door on an annual basis. And you don't get that if you don't deliver results. So with that, we thought it would be a perfect time to open it up for questions.
I was just curious what the Polk County project cost. What was the final cost on that?
Final cost on that one, we had a budget of about $10.6 million. Cost on the project came back in at 9.7. Yep.
We as architects, we were able to work with that budget and select products and equipment that fit that budget. That's important to sit down together. There's always a high quality product you can get, a lot of features, so you things a little more moderated. So we will try to meet that budget, and that's how we did the whole. We got it down in conjunction with Parker Johnson.
Yep.
Question. Are you looking at precast, metal, combination?
That's a good question, Jack. I think we are realistically looking at a combination for the facility, particularly on the cold storage area. But I think we're going to have to look at a variety of different options in terms of how we balance where precast comes into play, and where it makes sense to use pre-engineered steel. I'm sure you guys are aware steel and salt just really don't have a good relationship. So we've got to think strategically about how we're going to structure this, to maximize the longevity of your facility. And I know, Norman, you could speak to this for quite some time.
Vernon County shop next door here is a combination. Metal, pre-engineered structures with parking garage, and then the repair shop is precast. And the board there felt that was a good balance of performance. Now, we have looked at that in the past in other garages, and we've done that. Sometimes we'll provide a block wall of 6 feet or 8 feet, whatever the back of the truck can potentially get. And as James said, if it's a corrosion problem, or you can mitigate that with different kinds of coatings on the metal or providing concrete up to a certain height. So, we'll balance those all out with what those pieces, assemblies provide you in terms of performance, longevity, longevity, the maintenance. And one thing in a garage, when we design it, we really are conscious of how are we going to maintain it, clean it down, and also how well ventilated it is, and how well lit, either artificial or sunlight, so, and how well they can strap things on the wall. They're going to be putting a lot of water, air, and reels on the wall, and hanging tools, so there's a lot of things that are going on in that wall actually in their shop. So we'll think about that as we fix materials.
And I think that one of the reasons that we asked Barry Entros to join us on the team for this is that that experience in this specific type of facility matters. It really does. Frankly, if this were a hospital, no offense, Norman, we would have called you. We would have talked with, a variety of firms on the architectural side that are well versed in medical clinics or replacement hospitals or whatever it was that we were doing at that moment. And that the intricacies, the little things, make a cumulatively substantial difference in the quality of your end product, its usefulness, and its overall life cycle. And, I know, somebody may come in and, want to say, well, this is just basically this is a repair shop, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It shouldn't be that hard to design, and unfortunately, that's not the case. I mean, the quality, the level, the depth of design that's required for this type of space is, no different than the depth of design required for, say, a hospital. It's just different. And so I think that's an important point and really a big part of the reason why, we wanted to bring, one of who we consider to be the best firms to the table with us.
So I got a question with regard to Tyler's presentation with regard to the scheduling and whatnot. Building the existing building and leaving, or building the new building and leaving the existing building, you know about the soils issues that we deal with. How much of an issue, you able to do the soils remediation and whatnot with the existing building sitting there, or do we have to move this new facility a little bit in order to accommodate that?
We'll try to adjust it a bit to finalize the soil remediation and the foundation of the building, where the best places to fit the building based on the soil conditions. But I think what I've studied so far is really talking 10, 20 feet or so adjustment of the building. I think the general area is good. I think it creates a nice loop for the truck to get around.
Right.
And come in off of Washington and go either way.
Right.
So I think we've been through a lot of different iterations of flipping that garage around. So I think we've got generally how we want it, or should be laid out in there. But what size, what materials though, I think it's going to be the next thing. And then oil.
So are you looking at using piers for the support?
We could just have a thickened mat. We could have micro piers. I'm going to rely on the geotech recommendations and then get my structural engineer to assess what's the most efficient, and then along with Marcus Johnson,
what's the most cost effective.
Right, I guess that's.
But it's a doable thing. It's good to know. So I don't see it as a major hurdle for the project.
Bob, I think we'll probably have to price a few different options to really figure out the right direction.
Right.
What you saying?
What works out, what's from the longevity versus price.
Yeah.
How often are the monthly pay, how often are the pay requests? Is that a monthly thing?
Every month, yeah.
Yep. So we do those monthly. One of the things that you'll see is the comprehensive breakdown from each one of the subcontractors, but ultimately you get one invoice on a monthly basis. And here's another point on the invoice side I think is very important. That experience we were talking about in terms of government projects, when this goes out to bid, they will state very explicitly on the bid form that subcontractors cannot charge X, right? So, it's what is it, 6.85% here? If somebody messes that one up, that's a, 6.8% swing. We want to make sure that as a tax exempt entity, you're not paying that tax on the materials associated with the project.
we'll also take care of all the paperwork that needs to be done with that as well.
The lien waivers and what have you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also provide a draw schedule too, so you're going to get the county kind of see how much.
So we know kind of what we're looking at.
Right, and we'll know what you're expecting for monthly. It may not be, spot on, but it gives you a good idea from history of what we've done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have some other questions? Brian, do you have any questions?
I have a question that is really not meaningful for the project, but I'm just curious. You have a expected outcome picture of St. Paul Public Safety Training Facility. It says St. Paul, Wisconsin. Is there a St. Paul, Wisconsin, or is that a misprint?
I will go back to my designer and flog her this. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I apologize. That's St. Paul, Minnesota.
Well, like I said, it's not meaningless. It's meaningless to the project, but I was just curious because I had never heard of St. Paul, Wisconsin. But thank you.
Yeah, well, nor have I. But yeah, no, thank you for pointing that one out, Jack. I'll go back. Lori and I'll have a chat.
Easy on you now.
From you guys' point of view, do you have any? Is everything sublet, or do you have some people, your own people that do some of those?
So we self-perform concrete, masonry, carpentry, metal studs, drywall. We have a sister company that does, the operating and the crane, ironwork, stuff like that. But the way we would set it up is we would all bid on those things, right? We would have let's say it's concrete. We would offer to have anyone that does concrete bid on that. We would provide a bid on the concrete. Okay? And then they would get open just like they would in a public opening. And the low bidder, as long as they're responsible, they got all the scope, they got all those things. Sure. That low bidder would be the people that we hire, right?
So you could get bid out of that project potentially.
We could, yes.
Yep. So, our self-performance, a lot of our private sector customers, that's a big part of the reason why they come to us. Because if you're running the concrete crews, the masonry, the rough finish carpentry, you drive the schedule. I mean, you have the ability to dictate that schedule and really drive things home. On public sector projects, we recognize that we need to go through a public bid process. So we provide that bid, and we'll coordinate that with Brian and your staff, and we'll provide that 24 hours in advance if we elect to even bid on those things. Provide that 24 hours in advance. The other bids come in, and then that bid is opened at the same time.
So actually, James, we've been providing it at the same time in a sealed envelope, and the reason we don't provide it the day before is sometimes we missed out on some rebar quote or something that we didn't get. So we decided we're going to bid it just like everyone else, and we're going to provide it at the same time. And it's a sealed envelope, so we can't see anyone else's bid, right? We come and we do it at this facility or whatever you choose. But I would say the other thing that really makes our team strong is that we have the knowledge, we know how to do all the concrete work, all the masonry work, all the carpentry work, and that's going to help when we go to budget. It's going to help if we get beat, right? Since we have the knowledge to do it, we're going to make sure that subcontractor does the work properly, right? And has the quality of workmanship, and so we're going to help drive that part of it. And just with based on our experience and knowledge to make sure that they do it right.
And the bid opening is on our location.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You bet.
Yep.
Yep. We usually do it public, do it in the public facility. Yeah.
And so you'll see too we have a large database of subcontractors. Right, our system's called SmartBid. It's just how we invite people. We take the plans that Norman's going to give us, we upload it into our software, we send it out to all those people. We're also going to hit the builders exchanges. If there needs to be something posted in the newspaper, Usually that's a requirement for at least 2 weeks or so prior to. All the things that we need to do to get the advertisement out. Like James says, we're going to have an open house. We'll get subcontractors to come, discuss the project, what needs to be done, and then we'll follow through with bid day. And when we set up our work categories, we can make it in a way that some of these, even a smaller firm can come and bid on the work.
Yep.
Good.
But currently, some of the people who are just here, Fowler and Hammer, they're working for us on Sparta Schools. They work for us on other projects as well.
I believe they worked on Marion County too.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
And that was a 10.6 million, Norm, project? Or?
I think
That was Polk County, I think.
I think that's the whole project.
Okay.
The project cost.
If you're referencing from our presentation, that might be the, Polk County is the,
I think you're looking at the.
oh, you're looking at.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep, perfect. Yep.
Yeah, very similar scale, fleet, staff, operations that they have. Similar budget. Larger, but we brought it down because we were at 120, we brought it down.
So currently, we have 12 employees that live in your county that work for us.
Okay.
We also have, we checked out the zip codes and everything around the area. We have 35 employees that live within a 10 mile radius outside of that county that all work for us. So if we are self-performing some of the work, we can use those local people to work right here.
Mm-hmm. And we're really not that far away. I know Mike's got a little bit of a lead foot, but we were from our office out on French Island here in about 27 minutes. So we're
heavy foot.
Yeah, we're pretty close.
Be careful and hold.
Beat the heck out of Albert Lee, so you're looking at almost 2 hours down the highway to get over to that one. But
yeah, Josh is more local, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We'll wait till we're out of the county to do.
That's what it is. I have no more questions.
Yeah, I have one question. Pictures are done. That's just schedule-wise, sort of meetings up around how quickly to get going, how often it's kind of have a meeting. That's that first one.
Yeah, we're ready to start right at the beginning of August. We probably will design-wise, my idea is that every week we have an objective to decide on. And we agree as a group, the decision tree we're gonna make for the next 2 months particularly, until we get to the end of design development and we agree on the design and the cost.
Yep.
So, and by that point, we pick out materials, final site layout, equipment. And what we're good at is helping you funnel your decisions, because there's going to be 1,000 decisions to make, really. And we'll start off at one point, and then we'll broaden out as we get down all the details. So we'll help guide you on how to get this manageable decision process going. And then we'll have to commit. Side by that, so we can get the schedule.
And I think one other thing I'd mention on that design side is, we do, have technology where we can do some of that virtually, if that makes sense for everyone.
I think one thing, Brian, I said, physically, we're dialoguing with the client throughout the week. So I found every 2 weeks is enough time for us, our engineers, to get enough work and progress so that we have something meaningful to show you again. We meet on a Monday, we came back the next Monday, we're probably still working for this evening. So every 2 weeks, though, we will make significant progress in advancement and going forward a series of design decisions.
And really to add on the schedule concern you have there, so we looked at your existing site and we developed this little phasing plan. That may not be the ideal phasing plan that we come up with, right? But it's one of the ways that we thought that how can we get started on the project sooner and get things rolling, and how can we do it in a way that makes sense to, let's get this piece out of the way, right? Let's get that done, and then let's remove this one and move on with the next one in order to get construction started sooner and continue with the design of the main building while you're working on some of those other things.
You know, I think in an ideal universe, what we'd really like to do is have things buttoned up so that in 2021, as you're transitioning from summer work into winter work, that you're in your new building as you're making that transition from summer to winter. So that you're spending the winter focusing on plowing, taking care of streets, doing the things that you do, and not trying to dance your way around, you know, construction. If there is anything, one last thing I'd mention, since we've all been sitting here for the last half an hour to 45 minutes wearing masks, you know, if you're wondering what we've done, you know, during this whole COVID issue to, you know, make sure that our employees and, you know, everyone else, the subcontractors working with us, are staying safe and mitigating the spread, it's been a lot. We have a, you know, very extensive plan that our ownership team, Mike included, have implemented, you know, that involves, you know, basically, and Josh could chat a little bit about this, but every day, everybody who comes onto our site, whether they're a Markin & Johnson employee, whether they're a subcontractor, or whether they're a visitor, is getting their temperature taken, and they're also filling out a form indicating that they're healthy and they're fit, you know, to be on the site. That means they haven't been exposed to anybody else that they're aware of. That means they haven't run a temperature. That means they haven't had dry cough, all that kind of good stuff. We've also put protocols in place because it's inevitable. As a, you know, an essential business, we've been working throughout this entire process. It's inevitable that someone on one of our sites is going to end up, you know, saying yes to that question and having it. So we have protocols in place on when to stop, when to clean everything, who we need to contact. We have put a lot of time, effort, and energy into making sure that we're not unduly impacting our clients through a COVID issue. And, you know, I'm going to knock on this, and if there's another piece of wood, I'll knock on that one too. You know, to date, we've been very successful in, you know, in dealing with this unique challenge and still maintaining timelines on behalf of our clients.
So James, I'm currently working at the YMCA project in Winona. We got upwards of 50 guys every day on site. And so we do that very diligently, making sure that everyone that comes on the site does do the paperwork. The foremen all know that they're not allowing any other workers on site without the paperwork taken care of. And then also what we do on the same form is contract tracing on the back side of it. So depending on what area of the building they're working on, maybe they are the plumbers and they're on the second floor on the west wing. So on the back side of that, they'll know, okay, I was on the second floor west wing. And then if they do happen to go and come in contact with somebody within 6 feet for the more than 15 minutes, then they just kind of jot their name down on that. And then on Fridays, I get all of their paperwork and I keep that in my file cabinet. And I got it all the way back from when we started doing it the very first time. So I got a file cabinet as wide as the table and figure that, you know, with all their information. After 2 weeks, I go back 2 weeks pretty easy. I just got that paperwork, okay, got all these people on, I had this visitor here, I had this person here, and we're able to track it down and let the people know.
We have, go ahead, Josh.
And I'm also spraying the site 2 to 3 times a day. So I'll get there early and I'll go through the site. We got a disinfectant spray that I go through and I hit all the common surfaces, all the ladders, the handrails, the gang boxes, the outhouses, pretty much anything somebody is going to touch throughout the day. I try to hit that in the morning and hit it at lunchtime, and then depending on the site activity, in the afternoon, that's really 2 to 3 times a day.
So you do all this in your spare time then, or?
Yeah. I have some help on some of it.
Okay.
The morning one I try to take care of, that way I'm able to walk the site, and that way before people get there, I'm able to see what they left out with and where the things are at. It's a little bit calmer at that time, so I like to take that time to do that on my own. And then the one that's at lunchtime, I'll have my foreman do it this time, or a laborer or somebody else from the Martin Johnson to take care of it.
A lot of extra work. I was gonna say, so we have had a few subcontractors on our job where a person tested positive after they left our job. And our protocol from the Eau Claire County Health Department, she said you guys did an excellent job, you were spot on, you had all the documentation, and we minimized it since we had a documentation where we only had to rope off a certain area of the job to clean. We didn't have to shut down the whole entire project because of the way we are documenting and what we are doing. And we had that happen on 2 different locations. The good thing about it is the people that were in contact with them did go have some testing, but nobody ever else was positive besides that one initial person. So, something we have to deal with.
Yep. Other thoughts, other questions before we wrap up?
Not for me.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, we're really excited to be part of it. Jack and Teresa, if you don't mind, I will leave some additional materials or materials that were provided to others, just the presentation and our placemat with the administrator for you to perhaps pick up at a later date.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks for joining us via Zoom. I'm going to check out now. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess we gotta, thanks, I guess, first of all, I want to say thank you. I'm Jeff Weezer from Weezer Brothers. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of your, of the new county building here. I'll just kind of go around and introduce. Jeff Weezer, I'm one of the partners of Weezer Brothers. I kind of oversee the pre-construction like this here, and I oversee the office staff within the company right there.
Brian Fiddle, Vice President of Pre-Construction. I oversee the estimating and then pre-construction as well.
Kevin Barnes, our project manager. I think the project manager on the site overseeing the entire project.
Mark Jennings, the project superintendent. I'll be overseeing the on-site activities at the project. And Brian Weezer, one of the co-owners of Weezer Brothers. We're tightly with Mark and the crews and in charge of field operations, safety, quality control. You name it.
These guys.
Yeah, we're busy.
Doug Ramsey, again, from HSR Associates, architect.
Kyle Schaub, project architect from HSR Associates.
We'll introduce yourselves too. My name's Eric Johnson. I'm from District 2 of Houston. Okay. So.
I'm Bob Burns from District 3, Caledonia.
Greg Murray, District 5.
Okay.
Jack Miller, District 1, La Crescent.
Teresa Walter, District 4.
Brian Polkzinski, County Engineer. And Jeff Levinsky, the County Administrator.
Well, thanks for giving us this opportunity to present our company to you. I know we got like 15 minutes to present and then questions and stuff. So maybe just a little brief history. Some of you we know, some we don't. Brian and I, just going way back, we've been lifelong residents of Houston County. We born and raised, we come from a large family. We got actually 18 siblings. And I was just looking today when I was getting ready for this presentation, there's 11 of them still live in Houston County. I can't believe that they stuck around this close. But we started out the hard knocks ways. So Brian and I were a farmer until we're about 20, in our low 20s. We decided to get into construction. We worked for TCI. We ended up taking a carpenter course, became apprentice carpenters, journeyman carpenters, superintendent. And then after a while, we decided it's time to start our own business. So we've been in business 26 years. We just celebrated 26 years a couple months ago. Started out with just Brian and I, a couple nephews that were working for us that first year. And now we're about 170 plus employees. We do, so within the company, we self-perform our concrete work. We self-perform carpentry. We do pre-engineered metal buildings. We've got a couple masons. We do small mason jobs. And we've got a couple plasters that work for us, metal stud work. We also have a group of project managers that are in the office, and then they've got the support staff that supports them. We also have a full estimating department that does all the estimates for us. They'll be working on this project. We got an accounting team that also be involved with the project. You know, they take it all the way up from pay request to getting final liens and all that stuff that goes with the project right there. You know, we're looking at this job. Our company, since we've been growing, we've done a lot of buildings. Most of our buildings, I'd say probably 85 to 90% of our jobs are done this way, where we partner up with an architect. And you know, our common goal is always, when you do a job like this, is to, you know, get the best project for the best value out of it. You know, so there's always a price tag to everything you do, and just to be sure that the owner's always getting the best value out of it. We partnered a lot with HSR over the years. They've done a lot of jobs. We'll show a couple of them here that we've done with them. They're in our book too. Everybody's got one of our hard copy books and stuff that we proposal. Okay, and then so we've done a lot of jobs with these guys here, but that's kind of our bread and butter. We still do the competitive bid market. We still do that. We're currently working on the Crescent School job, where we got awarded the elementary school and high school job. And that's actually what HSR is doing the drawings on that one also. I don't know, Doug, you need to say anything about your company at all, or you all done for the first time?
I think we're good.
You're good?
We may talk about, during the presentation, we may talk a little bit about a different sort of relationship that we're going to have with these guys. So yeah, we'll get into that a little later though.
Yeah. So what's the project right here? These are just a list of different jobs that we've done that pertain towards your project right there. We've done a lot of facilities, just like you're good looking at building. You know, a couple of them that really stand out, I'll just kind of page down. You know, this one here is the City of Mount Alaska, the maintenance shop right there. We built this whole building. Brian, do you remember how many square foot was this?
That's about 48,000.
So that's a 48,000 square foot maintenance shop for the City of Mount Alaska. It's really all pre-engineered building. This is one that Doug and his team designed. You know, it was a very economical building. I mean, we built it, what has it been, about 5, 6 years ago now?
Yeah, well, the 06 it was built in.
06, okay. So, you know, along with this building, we had, you know, we did some storage sheds here for salt and sand. We don't have a picture of the salt shed, but the salt shed was made out of the, what was it, creosote lumber? Yeah, so it seems like that's the product that holds up the best of the salt. We've done that quite a bit. We did that at Galesville too. I think we did one over there. Then the other project is WTC. This is their truck diesel shop that they have. It's over on Larson Street. This one's a little bit different now. This one here it's a precast building all the way around, and as you can see, you know, you got windows up here just to run in some natural light. But I know within your shop, you guys want to put a crane hoist in there, and you want to be doing some work, you know, lifting all that stuff. So this is a perfect. Now this is, you know, a little bit more expensive of a building per square foot, just because of the building products we got on there. But a nice, clean facility right there. They use that all the time for their studies. This one here is the Quick Trip Truck Shop. Again, this is one that we partnered with HSR on. This one here is a big building. I can't remember how many square feet, Kevin. You remember how many square feet? Was that about 50,000?
Yeah, that's everybody.
And so this one's a little bit different. This one here has got, it's a combination. It's actually is it a pre-engineered shell? Is that what it was, Kevin?
Yep, regular structure with the precast exterior, of course, cantilever roof.
Yeah.
And inside it's got a precast mezzanine, all polished floors, up and down.
Yeah, so it's a really nice facility. One half they work on their tractors, the other half they're working on their trailers on this one here. This one here is the City of Galesville. We finished this up about a year ago or something. This is it's a lot smaller building. Brian, what was it? It was all precast with bar joists?
Yeah, all precast load bearing panels with the bar joists row.
Yeah. Again, you know, they put some windows up here high. I think they have a mezzanine up there, don't they? In that part right there?
Small mezzanine above the offices.
And this is one of the, if you look down in the lower corner here, you can see this is their salt storage, and they got this miscellaneous storage down here for different things that they put in here. You know, we've done just a ton of different projects. We got, you know, we're currently working on, and Brian, I looked at a job earlier on about a year ago with the county in the township of the Crescent Township. They're actually going to go ahead and build this salt storage building now. A little different. They're going to go as a 40 by 50 salt storage building. They're going to go as a, they decided to go with L panels all the way around it and a T panel down below, or in the middle, split it. And then they're just going to put a pole building over the top to keep the water off. And it's terribly economical. I mean, it's funny how it came in a lot less than we ever thought it would. But there's going to be different things like this when throughout your job, we're going to put prices on your job, and we'll see what's best, you know, what's best for the county, I guess, and for the use. You know, if we're gonna, we've done several different kind of those sheds. So now this is where Doug and Kyle came in, and we asked them to partner with us so we could go, and we said, you guys come up with some design. We just looked at what the design over here to the, I guess that's to the left, was the initial design, and we just said, you know, can we build that building for the budget that you had? And so we played around with this a little bit and mucking out the numbers, and by changing roof lines and changing heights a little bit, simplifying a few things, this is kind of what we came up. This is a real fast sketch on it. So they came up with, you know, they simplified the roof lines a little bit. We got, you know, some of these buildings we pre-engineered maybe versus a structural steel precast. And, you know, it's a good, just a starting point. So that's what we're kind of interpreting right there. I think we got another picture. There's just another picture of it right here. Doug, you guys kind of put some stone over in the corner here.
Yep, just as a kind of architectural feature to say this is where you might enter the building for the public. But you can see there's quite a bit of difference between the left, the very entrance design, and what we did, especially in the cold storage on the left-hand side. We're not sure what all the little gables and that high kind of structure of roof pitch is actually doing for you. So we think simplifying that, cutting it back, and just doing simple slopes on all the structures will greatly increase, you know, what we're looking for.
Yeah.
You're going to get what you want for the design, but you're going to get it at the cost you can afford.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of, and this is some fast stuff, you guys. We kind of do this together just for our presentation, but that's some of the stuff we'll end up going with you as we're designing. So we went out and took a picture of your site right there. You know, there, of course, is your, I don't know what you call it, rock storage building, I guess is what we're calling it. Mm-hmm. Behind there, and that's kind of where the footprint of the new building would be sitting, and trying to keep your existing offices there. We did go with, so we already kind of put together a little bit of a schedule on this, and that's in your package right there. This is all really preliminary, and we'll get a lot more detail. This is where Kevin will come into play. As we're going through this job, Kevin as a project manager on it, will be involved with a lot of the design meetings. We'll be sitting in with you and getting together, you know, so as we get going forward, we're going to put together probably, what, 18, 20 items on this. Yeah, give me dates, you know, so hey, you gotta, you know, so they're kind of commitment dates. So we need an answer by this date if we're gonna make getting in the soil this fall here. We gotta keep everybody online. That's what's good about a schedule right there. But this is we kind of went through a phasing schedule of how we're looking at building your building right there. Brian, you want to go through that a little bit?
Yeah, this was our first stab at it. Trying to utilize your existing site the way it is and trying to keep your operations as functional as possible during this construction. So kind of our first thought was that, you know, the new building would be started in this area, so you would lose your rock storage building right away. But you'd still be able to maintain your cold storage building, and then your existing offices. So our plan would be this fall to get started on the main structure with soil correction work, and then get into foundations here, but hopefully before it freezes up. And then that would continue on to roughly, you know, September of 21. And then in the meantime, hopefully sometime early next spring, we can start on the new storage buildings, get those completed sometime by early summer, so that way when you're starting to get your material deliveries in for the winter of 21, you'd have a place to store them at. And then we can play around with this cold storage structure as far as how long you need that there. And then tear that down when it sees fit. We have the impound building to relocate. And then when we get completed with the main structure, then we come over, and if you guys get moved in, we can come over, tear down your existing facility, and then construct the fuel station then.
And of course, when you look at that phasing, there's a lot of things you got to put in consideration. It's going to be your grade, your new grade, compared to what your existing buildings are. If our new grade is going to be way up higher or something, we don't want to flood out your stuff that's in the, if we're going to leave a couple of these buildings standing. But I think the biggest thing we got when we were talking through this thing is, being sure that you guys can use this site yet. You're going to use the whole site, right? I mean, well, except for where we're building the building during the construction. And so we want to be sure that we're safe, we're out of your way when you guys are coming in and out of with trucks, and that all the construction workers are safe too, of course, when they're building it.
Have the controls, safety materials, all that will have to be coordinated.
Yeah.
But our plan here would be getting started this fall on it again, with soil corrections and foundations. We would get the foundations in before it freezes up, and then continue on to it.
What's your view on soil correction?
So there's a few options that we can pursue with it. It looks like reading through the geotechnical that some form of soil correction is going to be required for it, but there's different avenues that we can pursue based on cost. Just as simple as digging out bad stuff and replacing it with good, or actually going in there and putting in some sort of a mechanical system, whether it be a helical pier or an aggregate pier or some other form of material to hold up the building.
Yeah. So we've done a lot of this. Well, geopier, it's really what do they call it? A geopier.
It's an aggregate pier.
It's a regular rock
pier.
Yeah. And there's probably about 4 or 5 different contractors. All the work, we do a lot of work for Quick Trip down through corporate headquarters down there. Almost every one of those buildings are on geopiers or the rock aggregate reinforcement. Now, we did build one in Winona up there for Windcraft, and that building there was sitting on bad soil, and half the building was on where they put the soil on top of it. I can't remember what they call it. Surcharge. They surcharge the soil. And what you do is, and if you go by the bridge job that they're doing up by Nodine, they're doing the same thing. They got the pile of dirt, 20 feet higher than what they need to be at grade. They're gonna let it sit on there, and it'll suck everything down. And then once it stops settling, you keep checking, finish checking it, then you're good to go. So half that building was on there. The other half we over excavated. We went down into the ground, and we were down probably about 16 feet. And the reason why they did that over in that one was the sand was it was like a block away. They got it from the river right there. So the Port Authority in Winona was able to give them that sand for free. So it's just so much cheaper to over excavate, put in new soil than it was to put the geopier system in there. But that's some of the stuff. I think starting on this project, as we were talking with HSR, some of the first things we have to get going on is looking at that soil, how we're going to do it, the means and method, and get some engineering done, get loads. That's the big thing, is getting the loads down there. All the engineers don't know what the loads are going to be in there. So we got a couple alternatives. If somebody's got a lot of fill next door, that might be a good way of doing it, if it's good fill,
You're looking for sand mostly, aren't you, or does it matter?
It'd have to be sand, yeah.
That's what they like to see.
Yeah. Usually they won't, like even the Lumi stuff and stuff, they don't like that in there. Yeah. And there's different gradations of sand too that you can put in there. It's funny, some sand won't pass and some will. So that's really about it right there. We got that stuff. You guys got questions for us? And
I got a few.
Yeah.
So as far as the soil corrections engineering, is that you guys, or do you have like Chosen Valley or somebody who does the engineering for the soil corrections?
We'll work with our civil engineers, but since Braun did your report, we'll work with them on what their recommendations were and how we can implement those recommendations.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the structural engineer will do the interpretation with options, obviously, to Weezer, and we'll work together to find the most cost-effective solution that, you know, is going to get it done for. And I could see it being, you know, a couple of different types for your different building types, possibly, you know, being that, you know, one might have a higher impact rating than the other.
Yeah.
Storage.
When you say one might have different, within the same building, one area has
No,
more.
not necessarily the same building, but just within your campus, you know,
All right.
like the salt storage, you know, has a different impact level
Right,
than what, you know, your office might have.
So kind of, just to reinforce that a little bit more, was, you know, so usually we get, like they said, they'll get the engineer to engineer the build, you know, to get the kits and everything coming down, and then we take it to this outfit, who's the one that does the, so like from Geo, if we're gonna do the,
If you do an aggregate pier, those companies will do their own design on it. So that'd be part of their pricing to install it. They'll also, they're responsible for their own design.
so they always
But
do
they'll
their own
use the
design.
geotechnical report as a guideline, and they'll take the weights of the building, so they'll use that, and they'll come up with their own design as far as how far down they have to go, how big, what kind of system they have to use. They'll do all that engineering.
Next question. On the salt shed, you're proposing to use a creosote type building? Not
That's one option.
We're gonna price it out different ways for you, so we can, you know, I think before we get it drawn, I think we should get out different prices, you know. We'll know the size that you want, and then we could say a creosote building is gonna cost us, because we've done 3 of them for some reason, I don't know if we've done a bunch of them here, and so we'll know what that price is pretty darn accurate, and then we could look at other methods too. I mean, I've seen some of the salt go out of precast with the blacktop bottom on it, you know, that holds up better.
And then just doing a hoop structure over it.
Yeah.
You went down by Houston and you know,
Yeah,
the hoop on it.
for the state.
Yeah.
Something else, the design that you showed, the Variantos one, all flat roof. This is all steel roof then? It's not,
We have
not
it for the most
carbon,
part.
it's not rock.
No, it wouldn't be a rock ballast.
Okay.
A steel roof for the most part, and then over the truck wash area, we might do something different over the truck washes, maybe just a rubber roof, but.
So,
Is that with the rock or just straight
You
roof?
can do it either way, you could do it as just an adhered roof with no rock, or you could do a rock ballast.
Trouble with the rock is if you gotta do a repair, it's a
Yeah,
pain in the ass.
it's got less upfront cost to put that down, but your maintenance is harder on it.
yeah, we probably recommend to go with a fully adhered, because people aren't using the rock as much now, for that. And, you know, talking about the truck wash, you know, and this is from past experience, we've done, Cooley Truck and Trailer, that's the one when you're going towards Bangor off to the left right there. That building's real similar to this, they got a truck wash in one bay and stuff. We did that out of precast, so, you know, the whole building was pre-engineered, and then we went precast, and that's because the moisture does not hold up to these pre-engineered buildings. They'll start draining inside the condensation.
Yep.
It's terrible for that, and it just.
And with a quick trip over there, there's that one.
That's all precast holds up to that moisture all the way through.
So the way like rocks, it seems like it rots them out. Steel is no good either, so pretty good what we're doing.
And the interior of the facility, I mean, all our trucks are out on the road, our trucks carry a lot of salt, there's a lot of, do you build off of a concrete form and then go up, I mean, so that you get a little ways off the floor as far as,
Yeah.
so the salt doesn't affect the steel as much?
That's what I would do. You know, and I can't remember what we did up at down in Alaska maintenance shop, but those columns came down, but, at Quick Trip, I think we got all those columns, aren't they up a foot? So usually if you get, you know, cause you need 4 foot of frost protection around here. So if you pour by the time you put your footing in and you got your 4 foot wall, if you keep everything up a foot, the big thing is keeping those base plates of that steel up off that floor right there, so you don't have the water sitting on them. And then, and just a foot is good, you know, so when you're washing down the floors and stuff like that with your hose, you're not getting it all over the place.
Okay.
One foot 16 on your floor is also. Protection is good like.
Yeah, we don't know, you know, questions on the, you know, if you're gonna put in-floor heat or anything like that too, that's, you know, some of those things.
I don't think so.
Jack, you have a question?
Yeah, the Peterbilt in West Salem, that's primarily a metal building, but Was there some precast there for protecting from salt?
The one in West Salem, that Peterbilt building?
Yeah, the Peterbilt.
Yeah.
It's all metal building.
That's all metal building, that one there was. I think those columns go down to the floor, don't they, you guys, in that one? Yeah, yeah. That one, they do go down to the floor, Jack.
Okay. I was just curious because the guy that I talked to, I think it's been 5 or 6 years, and he was still said, we have no problems, no cracking, no whatever. So I guess it depends obviously on what kind of traffic it gets.
Yeah, I think being that you got salt trucks in this one, probably would pay to get that up in the air a little bit higher. You know what I mean? It really, the cost of the construction, I don't think would be any more because we're just putting a grade down inside of it right there. We'd have to see on the soil to see if we have to pin the floor to the walls or not. We don't want them to settle. You know, that's some more detailed stuff from the engineers and the architects.
And the wash bays would be something other than, I mean, because there you will have a lot of water and whatnot, so protection as far as all the rust and whatnot.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm foreseeing the wash bay. What works nice is if you can do precast walls and then you put plank and bare on the precast walls, you have zero steel in the building. It really works nice. These guys designed our wash bay too that we did for Quick Trip, the one a few years ago. I didn't put that down on here, but they got a truck wash over there that they use. You know, they're washing their trucks constantly through there. But that's how we did that one. So there's zero steel inside the building. Yeah.
So are those fully automated?
Well, that one is Quick Trip is. Yeah. Yeah. The other thing is you take consideration, these are kind of detailed things, but like in your wash bay, you don't want to put a hollow metal door. You'll be replacing it in 5-6 years. You got to go with like an aluminum door or a FRP door, right, Mark? That's we see a lot of them, and it's fiberglass reinforced. That you could put that in water every day and it won't hold up to it. But the hollow metal doors, just like those kind of items right there, they'll rust out in 5 years on a wash bay environment like that. It works nice. We're actually starting to do more even aluminum doors on outside doors if they're really getting used a lot because they just hold up better than hollow metal. You see them hollow metal on the bottom, you know, the frames rot out and stuff.
Just gotta make sure you don't spec steel hinges, that's all.
Yeah.
All right. You think our budget is reasonable?
I think so. You know, it's just a few changes that Doug and his team have done. I think it's an achievable project.
Doug, you alluded to some differences between the proposal and the other one.
Yeah, so we're just talking about that, Doug and I were. So the difference, you know, so we partnered with HSR, and this is how we've done a lot of the projects. So the big difference is we're looking at doing design build on the MEPs, which is your plumbing, HVAC, electrical, and then fire protection. And what we do is we put money in there to write a scope of work. So once we define what the building's going to be, what we want to have in there, you know, what kind of a heating system is going to be a good system for you. We're gonna define that and take it out to people like you know, and there's a lot of people up there that can do it. Winona Controls, they're real capable of doing it. We'll reach out to at least 3-4 different contractors. So it's still going to be competitive bid, but it's going to be with how do you say it, defined scope.
Design assist. So they're still ultimately going to be responsible to finish up the design on it, but they'll have a parameter of what to design to.
So our whole team will give them a parameter. It's like lights, you know, how many candle lights do we need inside the shop? You know, are we going to go all LED lights? Just for an example, you know, we'll give them a limited scope, and then they're going to come up. They're responsible for their design, and then they'll give us a price on it. We sit down and evaluate those prices as they come through. It's a single source of responsibility, you know, because sometimes you try to give a mechanical engineer say, okay, I want it this way, and then the mechanical contractors are looking at a different way. That's where we really see the miscommunication a lot between those parties. So that's how we are delivering this project here for you.
I do have a question.
That's the difference.
Question for the engineer from the design point of view. Something that gets talked about once in a while is the solar energy deal and all that. Will the design of the roof on the building be such that you could mount solar panels up there?
Yep. We've done it in many different projects.
Yeah, we just did an existing project with Weaver Brothers, just finishing up for Gunderson Logistics at West Salem. And we did it, that was an existing building, so we did an evaluation to determine. There is a little bit of added bearing capacity in the steel that you're going to be required to do for that future use. Ultimately, we ended up putting 100 kW solar on just on a broadly, cost effective just for that particular project, rather than kind of reinforcing their existing steel and whatnot. But we've done a lot of solar projects over the years as well.
What are your feelings on Infor heat versus radiant heat, or is like, I suppose each application is different, but
they are. I mean, Infor heat really is nice. A lot of people are putting them in these truck shops now. Not so much, just really only in the areas where the mechanics are working. That's where we're seeing most of it. Not so much because they're on their knees, they're working on the stuff, and then also when they're working on it, the floor is always dry and stuff. So all the Peterbilt jobs we've put in, I think Kevin, aren't we in for heating those that we've done? We're working on, I think you're on your fourth one right now, aren't you? So the radiant heat, I mean, that works good too, because that heats the object, that's coming down, heating the object. Of course, the forced air, every time you open the door, it goes outside the building, but there's a cost to it though.
And you want to be careful in Florida heat where all the trucks come in and drop all their snow all the time. You get all that, it vaporizes so quick and it vaporizes your building. So you don't want it in those areas.
Condensation is big, yeah.
So like Jeff was saying, where the guys are working, it's for comfort for the mechanics doing that.
yeah, I can see a combination where the cold storage would have radiant, where the work area shop would be in floor or something.
Yeah. We've done that a lot where we split them up.
Kind of efficiency and cost.
Well, there's another cost thing to it, so we have to put a cost on it. Right.
Jeff? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, this is Jack again. Do you recall, Jeff, what your first job for Quick Trip was?
For Quick Trip? Yeah, our very first one was, we've been doing work for Quick Trip for, what, Mark, how long have you been with us?
25 years.
25 years, because we hired Mark when we were working, actually I was out there, I used to have the apron on, and Mark, that's how we interviewed him. He came over to Quick Trip, and we ended up hiring him, but, so we've been working there 25, and it was a truck, it was their unload place for their milk receiving bay. We made their milk receiving bay twice as big as what they had. Now, of course, we tore that all down since then and built a whole new one, but they, yeah.
The reason I ask is that I know you've been doing a terrific amount of work for them, and I was involved with Quick Trip in my previous life, and I know how they hold your feet to the fire. And so when they want a project, they want it, and you better do it, and you better do it right. So I was just curious when you started and how much you've grown working with them.
Yeah. Quick Trip's been an awesome, I can't say enough about them. I mean, they've been a great company to work for. We don't build a lot of their stores, we just mainly work at their campus, but we've been there pretty much steady for the last 20 years, just doing these different big projects and stuff. Now they're getting really, really big, and you're right, we're finishing up a job right now for them they're going to they got a whole new pizza line, they're going to do their ready to eat, they're actually going to start cutting their own meat, doing their own chicken, and we got to have that, Don Zitlow said, I want that in the stores by October 1. We got to make it. So it'll happen, but That's just how they are. And that's how we'll do your project too. I mean, we're gonna have to we gotta put a schedule on it, and we take a lot of pride in our schedules. We gotta meet those. I mean, a lot of people can build buildings, but we gotta meet those schedules. And that even goes with the design and everything. We worked with these guys, we hold everybody to the fire, you know, hey, you guys said you're gonna be done with the plans at this date, and so we can get going, you know, because sometimes they'll lack off maybe even the upfront part, then you gotta make it up in the construction, so we try to keep everything on schedule.
How do you guys foresee, communicating to us about updates on the project and where you're at and how things are going? Do you see it doing a weekly, every other week, or?
Yeah, so what we do is we send out a weekly report, and that's in your book right there, a sample of it. But every week, every Friday, we send out an update on what we're doing on the job. So within that report, we send a combination of pictures. Sometimes it's about 4 or 5 pictures off the one side of what's happening, so you can actually see what's going on. And then we tell you what the progress is, what we did that week, what we're going to do the following week, and if there's any critical items that are coming up that we need to make decisions on. But we do that every week. We send that out to whoever you're going to want it sent out to, if it's just the board or whatever it might be right there. We've done it before where we put cameras up. We can do that. We got the capability. We've got actually a couple cameras sitting back. If we got Wi-Fi at the site, that's usually the biggest cost of it, but the camera is no big deal. We can put I know they had one when they did the jail, this building here, so we can put that up, and that's actually very nice. You got a passcode. You don't want to get it out to everybody in the world, but if certain people want to have it, you can zoom in, and this camera is zoomed. It's a live camera, so the guys don't like it too well because you're watching them too much.
Well, we're all watching from the side.
I know we are. Yeah.
Jeff, you want to mention just briefly your, the subs that you use?
Yeah, so and we made kind of a list of the different subs. So we're gonna take this out in different bid packages probably.
Yeah, 3 or 4 different bid packages. Oil, excavation, and utilities out first, and we'll go to create their building and site, concrete foundation.
Yeah, so we can keep the job going, you know what I mean? You might be picking out colors for your carpet in the inside. Well, we don't want to wait for that to get the soil done and get the steel building ordered. But these are just some of the subs that that are actually from around this area, because I know that means a lot to the county and stuff. We got a lot of them that are very P&T Electric. I mean, they could do this job no problem at all. Hoskins, I'm not sure if he would bid on something like this. Norman's, I know they're just across the border right there, but Graph Electric, and Graph might look at it. He did the event center in the Crescent. That's just some of the electricians. Some of the excavators, you got Zinke. I'm not sure if Van Gundy would look at it or not, but there's an Andy Allen. He bought an excavator now. Being that it's in different phases, you might get it. It depends. The site work package might be a big one. If we got to reinforce the soil, so some of these guys might not be capable, but we've got a lot of them that can do it. We can reach out to St. Joe's Equipment or St. Joe's, I guess we call it, construction. And there's a bunch of other ones that could do it. So if we're going to do a pole building and we're going to do this thing, you got Kelch's, you got the Caledonia Lumber up here. Miners, they do that kind of stuff too. We can reach out to them on different parts of it. That's why I like doing different packages like that. And then you got Winona Controls for mechanical, Seven Rivers during the Crescent, John Radke. Winona Heat and Vents. I know they got a lot of people that live around here and stuff. They'll all look at this job for us. And you got, roofers, McCabe. You got Interstate Roofing. Caledonia might not be, I don't know if they'll do it, a lot of this roof is going to be, if we do it this way, I'm not saying it's this, we got to still get through this, but it might be a pre-engineered metal roof, so that might be by the pre-engineered building right there. But if we're going to do a rubber roof over the truck wash, we'll need a roof there and little different things. So we got, and that's just to name a few of them. We're kind of brainstorming on the way over. There's a lot, so we'll reach out to a lot of those different people to get they get the best number. And we'll reach out to people, don't get me wrong, over in Wisconsin and stuff too. There's a lot of good qualified people over there. You got Engel for plumbing, you got just a lot of different HVAC people. You got the Schneiders and you got Paul's Heating. They got a lot of people around this area too. And that, I think this job is going to lend towards them. Don't you think, you guys? I mean, we do a lot of projects with those guys, and they're all design build. We're labeling up a lot of design build contractor or mechanical guys. Because there's certain guys that do design build, and some people just don't do it. Yeah.
What does your schedule look like? Does it look like this is something you could start soon if we know?
Absolutely, yeah. That's where we're looking for work, especially for this fall and this winter and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Right now we're wrapping up a bunch of different projects, so this one falls in really good, and I think it falls in your.
First week in August, or shortly after you make a decision.
To dive right in it, you know.
Even if we gotta wear a mask the whole time we're talking to you. But we would like to do it in person with an actual set of drawings in front of us so we can mark up and do some drawings right in front of you. So,
yeah.
But if we had to do it via go-to, we could do that too, but we're so close that I think in-person stuff, 6 feet away will work just fine.
Yeah, we're ready to jump right at it. I mean, one of the first things we would be doing on this job, I think, is sit down like Doug was saying, and then put another budget on this thing. I mean, I don't want to beat this budget to death, but I know you only got a certain dollar amount, but we have to establish what we can build for whatever the budget is. If it's $5.5, $6 million, and what does that budget include? Does it include all the outbuildings? Does it not? Does it? Are we going to be blacktopping the whole lot, or are we not going to blacktop it? Or are we going to put recycled? There's a value on all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. We need to break down. That's why I like delivering projects like this. You can put a value on. You're going to see everything's transparent. That's what you see every number that comes in.
Teresa, did you have a question?
That was my question about the budget, that we need to watch our budget pretty close.
Yeah, that's what we'll do, Teresa. We take a lot of pride on our budgets, and I know probably Bob knows this, who's been in the construction a little bit, but as we do different bid packages like that, it's always a little scary. Okay, hey, we're going to get these guys in here. Then by the time you start bidding out the carpet, you don't have enough money for the carpet. That's kind of your last thing you're bidding out. But we're constantly, as we're drawing this thing, we go back to the office and throw numbers at it. We don't wait for 2 months to put a number on it. We're constantly watching it so it doesn't get out of hand. So at the end of the job, you still got money for your carpet or whatever you're going to put in there before.
We can always use browsers.
There you go.
Brian deserves some carpet.
Too much to get there. He's not getting the shower though.
He's not getting the shower.
He doesn't know, but he's got to clean it too.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Well, Teresa, any other questions? No. Brian, do you have anything?
Nothing. I guess, maybe this last sales pad. I mean, we'd love to do this building for you guys. I mean, we've
did you get that? Your last slide?
What's that? Oh, I didn't. That's the one I got to hit on there. All right. Yeah, so, there we go. That's a sales pitch to you. So and I know you got a lot of good contractors looking at this job, but we really, the reason why I think you should pick us is first of all, we've got the experience. We've done a ton of these kind of buildings, just multiple ones, just like this. With the truck wash, with the cold storage, with the mechanical shop, with the offices on it. Your salt storage and all that kind of stuff. And with our teaming up with HSR, these guys have worked with us a lot. They're I don't want to bring up too much, but they're an outfit that will listen. They'll listen to your needs, and they're not bullish. Some architects are kind of bullish. They just want to build it the way they want it, not the way you want it. And so they're willing to make changes and stuff. We all know that we got a budget, so they're willing to make changes that way. And that's really what I like about them the most, you know, they do a good building. And then, so that's the main part, because we're experienced, we got a great team on it. And as you can see in the slide there, we did a kind of we asked our HR, how many people live in Houston County that work for us? There's over 50 of them that work for us, that live actually in Houston County, and all of them have homes. So a lot of us we got vested interest in the project, put it that way. We got a vested interest, and we'd really be, a lot of our workers we're talking about it, they take so much pride when they go buy a job. They take so much pride. I do. Whenever somebody comes in town, hey, we built that. I overhear all of our workers out there, it could be a laborer, says, hey, I worked on that job. So it's a lot of pride in our projects. We want to be part of this one with you.
Preliminary names up there.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You know some of the names? Yeah.
Probably affects every district in the country.
I won't ask you a job
No. Well, we thank you for the opportunity, guys.
Thank you.
We appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate it.
I'd love to have you on the portfolio.
So, a couple weeks, you guys are gonna meet again, I guess, or something, or?
Yep, no, ball's in our hands. All
right.
So for the sake of today administratively, motion to adjourn and helps things up,
If there's nothing else, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Any other discussion? If not, we'll, proceed with roll call. Jeff, you want to do roll call?
District 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
and District 5.
Yep. We are adjourned.
All right, adjourn.